All right, welcome everyone to this Soul Atlas stream playtest for the Involunteers one-shot. For those who aren't aware, this is the first one-shot to our new game that we are developing, which is Trials of Akash, and this is the main first adventure that we have for this setting and this new game. So I hope you all enjoy it. And for those of you who do not know a lot about Soul Atlas and even our players, some of them also are still beginners here. So I'll give you a quick introduction into where we are and what we're doing and what's going on, right? So first things first, let me switch over to this nice map here that we have. This is the main map of Soul Atlas and all its main countries and cities and main factions as well that you'll encounter during this game. And we will begin our story in the country of
The question is, what race is he going to run in at Cheltenham? But if he runs in a Gold Cup, he's a player now.
Yeah, he'll have to be supplemented.
But you guys see when I'm pinging it?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So, Amurea is the newest member of the Honordom Empire. The Honordom Empire is to the east of Amurea, and it's all these countries, Custodia, New Katomea, and so on, until you reach the dynasty. The dynasty is a different faction. And these countries and this empire is an expansionist empire, a theocratic force that wants to basically expand throughout the world and make everyone see the world through their eyes. And that means that they will take every country that is next to them by force, through manipulation, through political schemes. And Amurea has been the most recent country to fall victim to this. And that has happened because they have influenced Amurean aristocracy, and they have basically forced a civil war within Amurea between the loyalists, who believed it should be free and remain independent, and the new wave of Honordom culture that is coming in, and many people in Amurea wanted to be part of this great empire that is rising, so that they do not get crushed by other forces in the Soul Atlas. And the Honordom Empire won, and now there was a big civil war. This was 7 years ago, or around 7 years ago, and now we are in the aftermath of that civil war. There is many things that are changing in Amurea. The culture is starting to change. They are becoming a full-fledged member of the Honordom Empire, but that also means that there is a certain stillness in the air. There is the promise of future conflicts, because as Amurea was just a middle-sized country in the middle of the world, they didn't really pose a lot of threat. But now that they're part of something bigger, they've also gathered greater enemies. And the political landscape here is that Harlon Eru is a country that fears the same fate as Amurea, and they don't want any of that. So they are fortifying their border, and there is great tension here, and also with the other countries surrounding. But you adventurers and rogues and noblemen are in Amurea. Okay, so before we continue with the story, the Soul Atlas universe itself, what I can tell you is that it is a fantasy universe, and that it is, I wouldn't call it high fantasy. There is magic, there is dragons, there is some things that you would see in other fantasy settings, but there's no orcs, elves, dwarves, and Lord of the Rings, products that have spilled into this. Most of the things and people that you will meet are humans or variants of humans, and most intelligence is human as well, although there are exceptions, and maybe you'll meet them and maybe you won't. But what is the greatest theme of Soul Atlas and the greatest difference from it to our world is the soul. So in our world, you may say that you have a soul. It is implied in certain religions, but in Soul Atlas, this isn't really a theory as it is fact, because when someone dies in the Soul Atlas, their soul rises up from their body, and this is seen. Everyone can see it. And the soul will either become a radiant soul, and it will sink back into the body. A tree will grow out of your body. That tree will eventually blossom, and the soul will ascend to the heavens, to what they call the ancestor realm. Or your soul is a shadow soul. It will sink into the earth. It will go down through the bowels of the earth, through the roots of the world, and reach a place of darkness and evil, which is a sort of hell that exists in Soul Atlas. What happens there is a mystery. There's a lot of theories of what happens in the Shadow Realm, what happens in the Ancestor Realm. There are many different religions in Soul Atlas, and they have different theories. But the fact that your soul reaches some sort of conclusion when you die, and it kind of judges you or represents a part of you that is either good or evil, is the main theme of Soul Atlas, and the main thing that drives most people to either be good or bad. They know that at the end of their life they will be judged, and their soul will be out for anyone to see. Now, zooming back in Amurea, you are all in the city of Yaho, which is right here next to this little lake. And let me change the scenery real quick. City of Yaho is usually a very beautiful city. It is by a lake, by a mountain. It had a very strong culture of its own. But now that the Honordom Empire has arrived, you are starting to see some architectural changes. Some old churches were destroyed. New Honordom churches are being built. There is also in the architecture, many of the houses are building a sort of foyer in the front of the house, a sort of entrance before the entrance of the house, where you're supposed to have Honordom memorabilia. You're supposed to put in the symbols of the religion, of the culture, and this is almost mandatory, and it is expected of citizens to abide by Honordom politics and by Honordom. It's almost a dictatorship. You could call it like that. But this day is not a sunny day, how it is here in this picture. It is raining a lot, and we zoom into the docks district of Yaho, where on a street of the docks, you see an abandoned warehouse, and in front of that warehouse is a person who really doesn't look like they should be there. There is a knight in full body armor, long cape, guarding the entrance to this warehouse. And this is the knight who's the kind of knight who might be guarding a politician or, escorting a king. He doesn't seem to belong here in this strange low town kind of street. There are a bunch of docks workers running around with sacks over their heads, trying to get away from the rain, but still do their jobs. And this knight is here standing almost motionless, just shifting their eyes, looking at whoever is coming as if he is expecting company somehow. And that he is. We start hearing in the distance the sounds of a carriage approaching. And this carriage, it's a long wagon with guards that are walking next to it, and also a coachman. And it stops right in front of the knight, and out of it, escorted by guards, are two people, and they would be Kydros and Strelka the Hound. You are both manacled, your hands bound by chains. One of the guards carries 2 large bags that have your possessions, and they signal to the knight. The knight watches you with suspicion, opens the door to the warehouse behind it, and you both look at each other, wondering, really, why are you here and what you're doing. Is there anything you want to do at this point, Kydros or Strelka?
Is there anything we can do?
Well, the guards would advise you can comply and enter this warehouse. However, it seems that one of the guards is pulling a keychain from his waist, so they seem to be going to release you from your manacles in order for you to enter the warehouse.
I think I'll comply with them.
Okay. You reach with your hands forward in the direction of the guard, the key, and he does release you from your manacles. Gestures to the warehouse. The knight says, "Get in. We've waited long enough."
I'll follow whatever my companion has done.
Okay. You both get your manacles removed. Before you enter, the guard that has the bags each hands you your bags that have your possessions, your weapons. I'll go over the mechanical parts of that in a bit. But you are ushered into the warehouse. As you do, you notice that this is a very dark warehouse. It seems to have been abandoned. It might have been a shipbuilding place at some point, because you see a lot of wood and bits of crates and barrels and what might have been pieces of ships, but they're all destroyed. The only thing you do see of note in this warehouse is that there is a small office area in front of you, and there seems to be some sort of light coming from under the door, so someone's clearly inside. And it's like a closed off office to the corner of the warehouse, and that's literally the only light that you have is the small line of light coming from beneath the door and the keyhole. Do you immediately do something when you enter? Therefore,
have a general look around.
Okay. As you're looking around, you just notice that there are some windows on the warehouse. Some of them are broken. You don't have much of a clue of why a knight would guard something like this, but it seems like someone powerful wants to speak with you, probably. And as you're wondering this, and you're kind of looking around and you're looking at each other, I might say that you both recognize each other because you've been in the same prison for different reasons. But you have I wouldn't say that you're friends, but you've seen each other in the prison before. So I would ask that Kydros would describe your character physically. How you'd imagine that Kydros looks like.
I think taller male, fairly weathered face from years bounty hunting and also in prison. Seems a bit weary of everything, but keeps one eye out for anything that might be going on.
Okay. What about Strelka?
Yeah. Strelka is a towering, gangly, but somewhat youthful figure of indeterminate gender. Their hair is matted and oily, long and tangled. Their exposed skin is a zigzag of tattoos, scars, cuts, and bruises. Their eyes bug out of their head as they sort of awkwardly stare around in every direction, and they shift their weight uncomfortably on their leg, which is still healing from when it was broken, leaning on their large great axe.
Okay. As you kind of take each other in and you look around, we cut again to the street where a person had been kind of shouldering a corner on the street and watching this as it unfolds. It is the archer Jacob Swan, not the archer, sorry. It's Ben Regan, the negotiator. Ben Regan, you were at the corner, kind of assessing the situation, seeing the wagon come in, seeing how they treated your fellow these people that went into the warehouse. You had received a tip that there was a way for you to repay your debts by coming to this place, but now this is looking a little shady. Not that you've never been used to shady places before, but Honordom Knight taking in prisoners inside a warehouse doesn't seem very inviting. But yet again, the people you owe money to don't either. So, what do you want to do in this situation?
I feel like I want to check it out. Like, I feel, for me, I like a challenge, and so I like kind of figuring this out. And if it's an opportunity to make some money and pay back the debt, I think it's good. So I kind of want to go there and check it out. Maybe even go inside. I don't know.
Sure. So you approach the knight. What's your demeanor?
I try to act like relaxed and walk up to this guy confidently.
All right. As you approach, he gives you an inquiring look, kind of looks you up and down. What would you say that he sees? How would you describe your character visually?
Like a not necessarily very fit, but like not bad either. I work out a little bit, but I don't do much. I have like some sort of a grin on my face. I have some sort of like relaxed look. I'm rather like I would say I'm rather tall, also like a male. Yeah.
Right. As he sees you approach, he notices that you're in better clothing than the ones that just came in. So he gives you a more respectful look, and he says, "Greetings, citizen. Are you here for the meeting?"
Yes, I am.
Well, hop on inside. You are the last to arrive, so the meeting will begin soon.
Thank you very much.
He opens the door for you and gestures you inside, where you see a hulking figure, a man that seems like he's seen quite a fair bit of fighting and whatnot. They seem much rougher than you, and they seem to be quizzically in the middle of the warehouse, kind of taking in their bearings, and they notice you as you come in. You notice that they look at you. You all three look at each other, and you all see even though tall, a man that doesn't have the bearing of combat as you two have.
When I kind of come in, I smile and have like a relaxed kind of look, I suppose. Walking very relaxed as well.
Oh, this one has the hunger too.
All right. Any Kydros, do you do anything or say anything? Remains.
Just wondering to myself, what's this man doing here? He seems a bit out of place. Yeah, not quite the same as, not quite the kind of guy to go to prison.
As you're having this thought, you hear a noise coming from the door at the end of the warehouse, the office door, and someone opens the door for you, and looks out, and this is Jacob Swan, the archer, and he was the first to arrive and has been waiting for you inside. So, Jacob, how would Jacob describe himself, looking at these three ragtag individuals in the middle of the warehouse that he has been patiently waiting for?
He's a fairly average build, not too tall. But his most distinct feature is his quite long hair, pulled back. And other than that, just average looking dude with but quite a fancy longbow strapped to his back.
So you, being always on time, have arrived here first, and you've been chit-chatting with whoever's inside this room, getting the hint that everyone had arrived. They've asked you to usher them inside into this meeting room, where they're about to meet someone who you've already been talking to, but I'll reveal it to them at the same time.
Yes. Well, folks, seems that we have all arrived now. We ought to go into the office now. But wish I could talk to you a bit more, but there's business to attend to.
Sounds good. Let's get to
So
it.
it seems.
Yes.
All right. As you all walk into this small, kind of cramped office, you notice there's, other than Jacob, there's two other figures in the room. There's a big wooden table, and this seems to have been a woodworker's foreman office at some point. There's still a lot of woodworking materials around, but the table seems to be out of place. Like the table was brought from somewhere else. It's a very expensive, very luxurious looking table, and the man behind it, there's another honor them knight next to him, standing, but there's a man sitting behind that table. And for those of you who have grown in the Honor them Empire or been here for a while, that would be mostly, basically everyone except for Strelka would know, just looking at this man, that he's a member of the Inquisition, of the Honor them Inquisition. He has a bunch of medals, and I'm going to then pass this on to this meeting. There it is. Okay. He looks at all of you sternly and makes you a gesture to come a little bit closer and to close the door behind you. And as he does, he says, "Well, it seems you've all arrived. I'll make this as brief as possible. It's not that your company is not desirable. It's just that I have many business to attend to, and this is a matter of utmost importance. You've all been called here on different premises, but the promise I can make is it applies to all of you. I know that he points at Kydros, you've committed a crime, and so have you, Strelka the Hound. I know many things about you, but I'm also the one who can liberate you from your sins. And Mr. Ben Rigan, you are also no stranger to sin. Now, If all your debts are to be paid, if all your debt to society is also to be paid, and even for you, Mr. Jacob Swan, even if you don't owe us, you have much to gain from us. I will offer all of you a sum of 10 gold cores for doing this job. Now, a core here in this game is the equivalent to a week's worth, like a week's worth of coin for a job, and he's offering 10 to each of you. And also, he's going to liberate you of your debts to both society and whatever other debts you have. Now, to do this, you must do something that I think you'll all have a little bit of experience with. I want you all to hunt down a man. This is no ordinary man. You must capture him alive and bring him to someone else. And that is the whole extent of the job. However, there is a few caveats to this. This man, we've received the tip, is living in an island called Gadland. It is far off to the west. It is near the coast of Muru, and it's a part of Muru. So you will have to get to the island, meet our contact there, who has given us the tip, and deliver the man to another person who is in this island. Our tip will know that name, so you must meet with the contact, learn what there is to learn, and hunt down this man, capture him alive, and deliver him. Any questions?
What way of getting to the island? Will we have some sort of transportation?
I can provide some value of paid expenses for your travel there, but your means to get there are your own. You will have to travel through hostile territory, and I can give you a quick rundown of my recommended routes to get there, but the decision is ultimately yours.
All right.
Sounds like a simple enough job.
Will there be any documentation so we just know that we will get what we get from doing this job? No extra, no hidden
Being
things.
that you are going to be going into enemy territory, I cannot provide you with any documentation that would compromise the identity of this mission. You are not to say that you are coming from the part of the Honordom Empire. You are not to say, oh, we are here at the command of so-and-so Inquisitor. You are to do this undercover. Capture the man, bring him to the contact, and receive your reward.
I see.
Receive your reward from who?
From the contact.
Contact.
And
And we know the appearance of our target.
Well, yes. I can tell you his name and his appearance. I can also tell you that he is a former leader of a rebel cell in the Honordom Empire. It seems like he has retired, but we suspect otherwise. And his name is Albert of Kastirheim. He is a middle-aged man. He has a limp, and I'm sure that our contacts at the island can tell you more about his current location or occupation.
Interesting. is there some other way of getting security? Like, can you pay us a little bit of the money up front, for example?
I
Otherwise,
can,
we're traveling.
but
Yeah.
I can, but that would be towards your expenses for the trip.
Well, better than nothing. Maybe then we
Yes.
can at least do the trip without having to spend our own buck.
Mm.
Uh,
I would
I
rather that.
have a question.
Yes.
How intact must this target be when delivered? Do not misunderstand. I do not ask because of bloodlust, but of adjustment of tactics.
He must be able to.
Able to speak.
Understood.
Okay.
Mm.
Right. I think. Yeah.
Now, as for your trip, he pulls out a map again. This one is a little more zoomed in on your on where you are. So you are here in Yaho, okay, in the bottom right corner.
Yes.
The place you want to get to is this island here, on the top left. Okay. I'll circle around.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Free hand. Yep, right there. So he says you basically have 3 main routes you can take, but you can mix and match them how. The first route would be to travel north to Alege and go into Duran undercover. Now, Alege is a port that now belongs to the Honordom Empire. So Duran will not accept ships that come from the Honordom Empire. However, there are many ships that come from elsewhere, stop in Alege to resupply, to do many other things, and then go into Duran, and you could smuggle yourselves into one of these ships, or try and pay for passage and have them not rat you out. So you would catch a ship to go to Duran. From Duran, you could catch an airship that takes you to Hodland, which is here. And from there, you'd have to find a way to reach Terra. That could be by foot, probably, or you find some other mean in Hodland together. And from Terra, you can catch a boat that goes to Gatland. Now, this route would require more charismatic approach, as you might have to smuggle yourselves. You might have to talk to people in Alera, Duran, Hodland, go undercover in all these places. Even crossing this border here from south to north, right here, is not necessarily easy. But it can be done. Now, second route would be to just walk up to the border of Harloneru, sneak by their defenses, somehow get into the border with the dukedoms, and do this all by foot, and reach Terra directly. The third option, this one would require more stealth, as Harloneru is now preparing for a war with the Honordom Empire, and they're building forts in the border. And there's a lot of patrols, and they are, even though we're not enemies yet, they are. We are in the prelude of war. War is but a few years away, if not less. The third one is, I would say, probably the more direct, but also the more dangerous one, is go south to Van Norg. Now, Van Norg is inside of the dukedoms, which is all this area to the south that has all these different countries. The dukedoms is a lawless land of lowlives, savages, barbarians, different tribes. There are a few beacons of civilization here and there, but it is a land of many, many dangers. Now, in Vanorg, you could, in theory, if it works, catch an airship to Rodland, and then from there, take the trip to Terra and catch the boat to Gatland. So the north one will probably require more deception, the middle one more stealth, and the south one more combat. Now, but this is a theory. It depends on what you encounter.
Well, I think if we can handle it, the south route's probably the best one.
I agree. It
Just
seems
whether all of us are up to it.
I'd plan to be up to it. Probably can handle
It's
it.
gonna be all right.
Now, so just so you know, Strelka, you are actually from a part that is neither dukedoms nor Harlon, but your home place, the place where you grew up, is these woods right here. That go through both of these two countries, and these are sort of, I don't want to say haunted woods, but that's kind of the vibe that gives to other people that are not from there. You're perfectly capable of orienting yourself there, and you know what's going on. But for most people, it's almost like the trees move and you get lost there, and the weather's very strange. And this is your domain here. For others, the dukedoms is a dangerous place, no doubt, but they don't have as many experience as you have in the dukedoms.
The blue route looks also very straightforward in a way, because crossing the border from Amaria to Halon by foot, I think, should be pretty easy.
You're saying this in character, correct?
Mhm.
The Inquisitor says there are some ways you could avoid. So there's some weaknesses still in Arlon Eru's defenses. They do have many forts across the border, but many of them are also under construction. Now, we don't have much information what happens inside, but at least from the border, we can see that many of these fortifications are still under construction, and you could somehow take advantage of it. That isn't to say they're not full of people who are still building it, and maybe even an army there. You'll have to rely on your wits and your luck to get through, but it's not like there's a massive wall that you just can't get.
It's going to be mainly workers there.
Probably.
How much can they really do?
I mean, all of you seem like professionals that you're whatever things you do best. Maybe it'd be wise to take in all of our skills so we can plan a more efficient route.
Well, he says, you don't need to decide this here. I will give you a sum. And he goes behind the table and he grabs a little box and he says a sum of 2 cores each for your travel expenses. This will be already part of the reward. It is an advance on your reward. So I would say that Jacob would already have 1 core with him because he's not necessarily poor. So you now have 3 cores, and then we'll go over the character sheets in a bit. Ben, you would probably already have 1 with you, so that also means you have 3 cores. And Strelka and Kairos would have nothing, so you go up to 2.
Yeah.
All right, and that's done. Okay. And he says, if that is all and you have no more questions, ask you to have this discussion in the warehouse, as I must take my leave.
Sounds good.
Sounds
Right.
like I've got all the information I need.
The Inquisitor starts getting up and gathering, and the knight goes to open the door.
Leave the office and look around for a place to sit. and
Yeah, if
talk
it
some more.
there's not a lot of places to sit, but if you leave the office door open, there's enough light that you can look at the map. He left the map, and discuss what your approach might be.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I might have been wrong about the blue route, to be honest, but it did sound a little bit more sketchy than I had imagined with the border.
I see.
Perhaps. I think they all sound fairly manageable. I'm not. It does seem like the northern route would take a bit longer, and I'd quite like to get this done as soon as possible. If
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds.
if you guys agree.
Yeah, I agree.
So you're taking the red route, correct?
No. Dislike the red route. Red route is my.
All right. I can remove the red route, and that leaves you with two options.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Surely it's easier to get to Van Nork than to cross the border to Haloneru, maybe? What do you think?
Probably. And if we can catch that airship, I probably would be maybe a day quicker.
Yeah.
I'm inclined to agree, as yes, the dukedoms may be a lawless place, but at least they aren't actively planning a war against the Onodum.
Yeah, they're more in a war with each other.
Yeah.
There is no allegiance in the dukedoms.
That could be to our benefit, I would say.
Yeah.
So I'm for the left route, the yellow one.
Right.
Second, yeah.
We go south to Van Nork.
All right.
Sounds like have our journey.
South Van Norg it is. Now, before leaving the town of Yahoo, do you all want to do anything, or do you want to get horses, or are you just walking? Or, what's your idea here?
Well,
Would
Can
be
we
ideal
all
to have
ride?
some sort of transport.
How much?
Well, if you are buying horses, that will be around a core per horse. But if you are going to rent horses, for example, you could probably rent a horse for every one core, but you'd probably need to leave them at the border of Amurea. They wouldn't want their horses to go into the dukedoms unless you just take them. Right? Like,
Does anyone have any contacts to people who might borrow us horses to the border?
well, if anyone does, it would be.
It would be me, of course.
Yeah.
Well, do I have any contacts?
Well, we can do the first roll of the session and find out.
Right.
Right. So, usually what happens is, if you're doing a roll, I ask for you to do an action, and that will determine what happens. But in this case, this can be done in one of two ways. It can either be that I just leave this up to chance, or I can or you can do a flashback mechanic. Now, a flashback mechanic, you have more control. It's that you say, okay, I'm going to do a flashback, and I'm going to say that I have a cousin here in this town who actually has a horse or has horses, and he actually owes me a favor, and so I'm going to ask him for that favor, and he's going to give us horses. Okay, so depending on how likely I think that is, you are going to roll one action of your choice of your in your character sheet, and then depending on the result, you either going to get it or you won't. But you might also take stress with it, and stress is basically like your stamina here in this game. So it allows you to do some abilities and get some benefits during the game, but it's very hard to recover from stress during the mission. It's something you recover from between missions. So if you fill out your whole stress bar, it's almost akin to you being out of the mission because you are completely exhausted, you're no use to anyone, you get a trauma, and very bad things happen. So stress is something you need to manage during the session. Like, you can use some of it, but you don't want to spend it all in one.
I see.
So do you want to use a flashback, or do you want me to leave it up to chance if you know someone that has horses?
So if I were to do a flashback, that would create stress for me. Is that correct?
It depends. Depending on what you roll, it can create stress for you. Yes.
Okay. No, I think I'd leave it up to chance for now then.
All right.
It's the
I'll
start of
say
the mission.
that being that you are a negotiator and you're very skilled with words, you have a lot of friends, you have a lot of enemies, but you also have a lot of friends. Maybe some friends don't even know your current predicament. So how likely I think this is determines how many dice I'm going to. So I think this is likely enough that I'm going to roll 3d6. And what's going to count is the highest of these three. So I roll 3 dice and I count the highest, which is a 6. And a 6 is a success, which is good for you. So you actually do know someone, and that person actually is a longtime friend. And so they are going to give you horses. They're going to lend you horses with the promise that you're going to give horses back. Now, they already know you enough to know it might not be these horses, but they'll get horses back eventually from you if you take them.
All right, sounds good. Sounds like we should take up that opportunity and at least go to the border with them. We can see if we turn, like, let them go back or something at the border. Let's see.
All right. So off you go. You each have one horse now, and you are on the road south towards the dukedoms. Let me switch the music a little bit, because this one's going on a bit. Right, and maybe it's actually this one. All right. As you're going south, this would be late morning now. You leave the town of Yarrow, and you see that this country of Yarrow is a country made of mostly countryside. There's a lot of plains, some hills, some forests, but it's a very like agriculturally developed country. But as you're moving forward south and you're having like a small talk, conversation, some of you are quiet, some are trying to get to know each other. You notice something in the distance. You see that you're now approaching it's like 1 hour away from Yarrow. You're noticing a forest. And it's a little strange because as you had studied the map before, you didn't see a forest here in the map. But you see a bunch of trees that you're approaching from a distance. You also notice that there is some farms next to the entrance of the forest, and there is a stone archway that might have been part of an old fortification that was destroyed during the Civil War or something like that. It has kind of a crumbled down watchtower that seems to have been completely destroyed, but there's like what used to be the gatehouse of a wall that no longer exists. And the road goes straight through the gatehouse and into the woods.
Curious, this wasn't on the map, folks.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Could be. We could always go around, but what do we think? We just go straight through?
You're still at like a good, I don't know, 1 kilometer away or 800 meters away from the woods. The only thing you can tell if you look a little bit closer, it seems that most of these trees don't have leaves. They seem to be dead trees.
Well, shall we have a check of the map just to see we're going in the correct direction?
Of course.
I think we should.
Yeah, smart. Be quite funny if we're just going the wrong way.
Yeah, you take a look at the map. You see that the dukedoms is very much populated with woods, swamps, different kind of ecology, and it's hard to even tell because most parts haven't really been drawn out of the map yet. It's kind of a theory that there's something there, but this isn't the dukedoms. You're still in Amurea, so it doesn't really make sense that there's a forest here unless the map is old and forest has been planted here for logging reasons. Since then, that's the only theory you can come up with at this point.
I guess as long as we've went into the right direction, I think we should go further and just see what's there. We're gonna reach the dukedoms eventually, right?
We must, won't we?
There's no reason not to go into the forest, as far as I see.
All right. Do you approach them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's do it.
So, who would you say is taking the lead in these forests, right?
I'd say I'm at the lead, forging forwards.
Sounds
Right.
good. I can be last. I have no problem with that.
Yes.
I'll go, I guess, after Guy.
Okay. As you take the lead and you're approaching, you notice something. You notice that these trees, they're not normal trees. This seems to be a sultry grove, which is what happens when either a lot of people die in one place or people carry the bodies of the recently dead to one place, and it forms a sort of a graveyard. Now, these trees are old, and so most of them have either had the soul that was once inside the tree extracted, or the soul has since departed to the ancestral realm, which is why the husk of the trees is all that remains. So this tells you that either a great battle happened here, and these trees are the remains of the warriors that died during that battle, or it is a place of worship somehow, where people have brought the bodies and the trees has since grown from them.
Well,
It seems like this must be the site of a battle.
Yeah.
Perhaps during the
Civil War.
Civil War.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
You are now approaching the gatehouse. Do you want to go through the gatehouse, or it's just a? If you want to go around it, it's very easy. So it's really up to you.
I kind of want to go through to see what's there, if there's anything
Yeah.
there.
Does it
I mean,
look abandoned or?
Yeah, it looks completely abandoned.
Okay.
I see no issue with going through.
All right. As you're trotting your way through the gatehouse, the first one coming in, you notice that there's something written on the ceiling of the gatehouse. It was written with paint, and there's two sentences there. It says, "I am the door almost open, the promise none shall break." And that's it.
What's the first part of the sentence?
I am the door almost open, the promise none shall break.
I am the door almost open, the promise none shall break.
Yeah, I'll write it here in the chat.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Curious. Sounds purposeful.
It does.
Your riddle. Yeah.
It is death, is it not?
That it
All
is,
of us.
and you feel that death can only be the answer to this riddle.
Ah, I see it now.
Clever solution, my friend.
As you have this ominous, while passing this stone archway, you go through it rather quickly. It's very small. You enter the woods, and in this sultry grove, you have the feeling that this is an eerie place. This is a place where I'll switch you to the imagery. This old battlefield. You start seeing some things that confirm your suspicions that this was a place where a great battle took place, because you start seeing not only the soul trees for people, but also the smaller, less developed trees for animals and even dragons. So you see horse skeletons with sort of a shrubbery coming out of them. You see dismantled golems that have long since been picked apart for parts. And there's like an odd quietness and stillness to this place. You do see some insects and not, but birds do not nest here. And foxes and other woodland don't find respite between these trees.
Well,
I don't think we should stay longer than necessary in this. I don't
Yeah.
necessarily feel comfortable.
we must
Yeah.
drive forwards to get to our destination.
Very
Or-
eerie feeling. You don't like it.
Right. As you say this, do you pick up the pace and gallop out of here, or are you still maintaining?
I'm fine with maintaining as long as we keep going. Not
Yes.
stop.
Just need to
Probably
keep
smart.
moving, I think.
Don't want to wear out our horses too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the trees are apart enough that you can comfortably ride the horse. It's like a bunch of roots that it's going to be a problem for the horses, at least for now. As you move forward, I would say that both Kydros and Trelka, and to a point also Jacob, you start getting the feeling you've been in dangerous situations before. Ben as well, but different kind of dangerous situations. You have the feeling that something's watching you here. You are not alone in these woods, and it's not a natural feeling. It's not that this is a particularly good place for an ambush or something of the sort. It's more a sense of there's something predatory here, and neither of you like it.
Yeah. I think
Be on your guards.
think it
There's
might be
something
wise.
about.
I think it might be wise if we pick up the pace.
You start noticing to your right some figures in the woods, and these seem like almost motionless in the beginning. Some humanoid figures spread out through the woods. They kind of, it's hard to see because you're on horse and behind trees. It's not like they're making an effort to hide themselves. They kind of look at you in the distance, rotate their head towards you, kind of sniff around a little bit, and slowly start moving in your direction.
And is this all of us that see it, or
The what? Sorry.
is this all of us that see it, or just the group of the
Sorry, you're cutting up a little bit. Is just me, or I can't really tell?
Yeah, I can't tell you.
Oh, sorry.
I think they're asking if all of us can see there.
Yeah, I think that everyone sees before, but you all notice.
Let's see. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's better.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
It's all right. Yeah, you all kind of start noticing, and they have a inhumane trait to them. Like, they look like humans, but at the same time they're very skinny. Their clothes are all kind of torn off, and there's something animalistic. And as they notice you, some of them kind of start, you can't really, unless you stop to count, you can't really tell how, but some of them start to kind of get up from the ground, look at you, start moving in your direction, and as they notice that you're moving away, they start picking up the pace, start slowly, but then they start getting speed.
Okay, guys. I don't think this. I think we should move quicker.
Yeah.
I think even I've heard of those before. I think it's something to do with the like shadow souls and stuff. I don't sense good things from those guys. I think we should move.
I agree.
We must make post haste, get out of here. Seems.
All right. So you start galloping, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Now, I think this is a good opportunity for an action roll. Now, because you're all doing this thing, you can either roll individually, but that also means you might individually get consequences for this, or you might make a group roll. And a group roll is much more likely to succeed, but whoever leads this group roll will have a chance of getting stressed, because they're trying to get everyone to do it, and if someone lags behind, that stresses out whoever's at the front, basically. So which would you prefer?
Right. If the group roll has a higher chance of success, then
Yeah, I'd have to agree.
that may be worth it.
All right, so who'd be leading this group?
I mean, I'm at the front.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense.
So now, to do a group roll, you'll each have to open your character sheet, and
Yes.
you'll see towards the bottom there is a bunch of attributes that has little check marks on it.
Yes.
So the more check marks you have, actually this is the Jacob's ones are wrongish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is supposed to be here, not here. Okay. 7. Let me just check one of the other ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So the more check marks you have, the better at the things to the right of the check mark. So you have to all, when it's a group action, you have to all do the same thing. So what could the leader will decide which one that would be. So what could make sense for this could be like a maneuver, a sneak, I think maneuver and sneak are probably the most that make sense with this. You keep in mind you can use any of them, but if you use
Yeah.
something that doesn't make a lot of sense, one, you're gonna have a hard time describing it, and two, it'll have, even if you succeed, it'll have less effect than if you chose something that was appropriate.
Okay.
We all got to do the same thing.
You all got to do the same thing, but because it's a group roll, what's going to count is the highest out of all of you.
Oh,
The
I
highest
see.
roll out of all of
Okay.
I have the possibility to sneak. What about you guys?
Yeah,
I can do both.
I've got one's rage.
Got nothing
Okay.
in sneak, but that should be fine.
Wait, I'm not sure actually if I do, because I have one in the gray box before
Yeah,
sneak.
the gray box counts. Yeah.
The
Okay.
counts. Okay,
Okay.
then I've got also one. I've got one.
So you all have one in sneak except for Israel, right?
Think so?
Yeah. So in that case, you'll all roll 1d6, and Strelka, because you don't have one, you'll roll twice and pick the lowest of the two.
Nice.
Do you all know how to roll on roll 20?
Yes.
Oh, we already got a one. We already got a 6, which is good.
I got a 6.
I don't know how to roll.
Okay, if you
that
don't know
works.
how to roll, you can.
Oh.
There's two ways. You can slash. I don't think that was this a roll. Yeah, I think it was.
Yes.
You can either slash and write how many dice you want to roll, or to the left you have a bunch of icons. One of them is a dice, a d20 dice. You click that, and that allows you to roll the dice you want.
Okay. There we go.
All right. So we got a 6, a 3, a 1, and a 4. The highest out of all of you is the 6. So the 6 is your action roll. However, because 2 of you failed, which is a 1 to 3 is a failure, that means the leader takes 2 stress, because he takes 1 stress per person that failed.
Okay.
As he's trying to make up for their failure by ushering the group forward.
Yeah.
But it is a 6, which a 6
Oh.
here means that it is a clean success. You got what you wanted, and there's no bad consequence.
All right.
So as you
Sounds
see
good.
these creatures trying to gang up on you, they seem to have been many more than anticipated. It's around 10 of them are popping up from all around the woods, and they're trying to run after your horses. But even though they don't seem very human-like, and they have more stamina than humans, their body is still limited by their human form. So they can't outrun a horse that's going full speed. And they're trying to gang up on you. You guys are galloping your way out of the woods. You see that these creatures are mostly they're of all sorts of avenues of life. Some are men, some are women, some are even children, and they have this undeath to them. They seem like, for better word of it, fat zombies. But some of you know that they are entirely something else. I would say that whoever has most studies of you is probably Ben, but Kai has also seen a lot of things. So I'd say that Ben and Kai know that these are umbrals, and umbrals are what happens when a soul is neither radiant nor shadow, and the soul is kind of undecided, so it doesn't ascend to heaven, nor does it sink down to hell. It gets stuck inside the body. And when a soul gets stuck inside a body that's not living anymore, it kind of gets this undeadly appearance, and the person will lose their kind of mental capacities. They will become more fiendish-like, and they will naturally hunt for radiant souls. So they will try and find someone who has a radiant soul and consume them. And if they do, and they get to eat a soul, they actually get to revive, and they are brought back to life. They're not brought back to life in the best manner. Their body will be still as it was at the time that they died, and the moment they are right now. So most people even afterwards from other complications. And also it's very traumatic because you kind of remember being this zombie-like creature and you remember the bad things you did. So it's very traumatic for those who do get to revive. And many different cultures treat them differently. Some revert them and promise not to hurt them. Others just burn them whenever they find them. So it's very much up to the culture, like how are they treated? Are they hunted down? But you don't care about any of that. You want to bolt out of here because you have nothing to gain from fighting these guys. As you move out of the woods, you get a good 200 meters ahead of them, and they sort of walk towards the edge of the woods. They follow you a little bit. They kind of lose interest, and they slither back into the woods as they walk. And you're safe for now.
Let's go.
All
Good
right.
choice, guys. Good choice.
Any of you know what the hell those were?
No, I've never seen him before.
I've heard of them before. I think Umbral's the name. I don't know too much about them, but I've studied them before. It's almost like between living and dead. Very, very sad creatures. I don't know too much, honestly. It's just it's good that we kept away from them. I think nothing to gain there.
Yeah.
Sounds like a wretched fate to be one.
It does.
But it's neither here nor there. So we continue on our journey.
I think we should.
And continue you do. And as another goes by, you start seeing some outposts that seems to be what is the border of Amurea with the dukedoms. And these outposts are on the Amurean side, on your side of the border. So no one's going to bother you by going into the dukedoms. It's just they don't want ragtag from the dukedoms coming in. So as you see this kind of border, there's some patrols. If some guards notice you, they just nod in your direction. They don't really care about what your business is. And you do notice that after the border, it seems that the terrain seems to get much more irregular. And it's not that you can't bring the horses with you. You can, but you don't know if you are going into a swamp or something like that. At least you won't be able to gallop as freely as you were.
In a way, I kind of want to leave him behind, not to annoy my friend as well. I can understand if we want to get on a bit quicker and keep the horses.
I mean, how much further do we have to go?
Yes.
Well, you're
I
just
think-
at the border, so you'd say you're half Van North, which was your first destination.
Okay.
Half.
Well,
I mean, the horses may be enticing for ragtags and bandits in the dukedoms.
That's true.
yes.
Probably wouldn't be the worst idea to leave them behind.
I
Yeah.
suppose. Yes.
Give them to one of the border guards or whatever.
Yes.
Organize some sort of way that they get back to Yarok, where we came from. Is Yarok the town where we came from?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
And
That, or we can just come back for them once we're finished.
on a return.
True.
Yes.
True.
I mean,
Right. It's however you prefer. If you want to tell the guards to keep them there, they'll probably be fine with it. If you tell them that whenever someone is coming through here and going into Yarko, please take the horses to this person.
Yeah.
I think we can leave them here. At some
Yes.
point, I'll get the horses back to my friend, but I think it makes sense to have them when we come back, if we
Yeah.
want to come back.
yes, that'd be quite a valuable asset.
Mhm.
All right. So we don't need to play that part. You just go to the guards. You give them a coin, not enough to diminish your resources, and they agree to keep the horses for a few days.
Sounds good.
Alright.
Right. So into the dukedoms you go. Now, as soon as you go through the border and you walk like a kilometer or so, you notice that let me change the music a little bit, and you notice that the air starts getting a bit more damp, and you're entering a more wooded area. Things are starting to become more humid, and it's as if you feel the wilderness around you. You feel like you're no longer in a place that's been worked in a civilized place. Even though this is kind of a trail, it is kind of a trail. It's not a road or anything like that. But people have been going through here in the years. It's just that the forest takes up the road quicker than people can traverse it, right? So as you're kind of getting adjusted to this new surrounding, you're a little uncomfortable that you can see a lot. You can see in the distance as you could in Amurea, but for Strelka, this is actually comfortable. That means they can see you.
Indeed. Strelka, who is sort of just has a very neutral, nervous expression normally, actually has this like weird little smile on their face now. That's sort of even more disconcerting. It is good that we are here now.
Seems
I
like the
don't feel
perfect
too
place for
comfortable. I'm good.
that. Seems like the perfect place for an ambush, though.
Yes.
Watch
How to
out.
ambush
for-
what you cannot see.
Yeah.
And
I'm happy
that
when we
feeling,
get to the airport.
that feeling never abandons you. This place is a great place for an ambush. It's constant. Every place here is a good place for an ambush. As you move towards Van Norg now, you have sort of an idea of direction because some of you are actually good at tracking and whatnot, but you have to kind of sometimes, climb a tree a little bit, see where the sun is, so you get a direction. But you must go west and slightly south in order to reach Van Norg. And even though you're following this little trail, it seems to be going the general direction of Van Norg. It also feels like you're going down a slope, so it's sort of easier to go this direction because it seems like there's like a 5-degree angle as you're walking.
That's good. I mean, we should be fine. Like from Van Ork, we're gonna be flying anyway, so this looks good. It looks like a good trail to me.
Yeah. Have to
Right.
agree with you.
As you get further down, it seems that, however, the humidity rises and you start getting your boots damp, and soon this wooded area is slowly turning into, I wouldn't call it already a full-blown swamp, but you have water by your ankles, basically. And as you reach an area that opens up a little bit, you start getting more of your surroundings. You see there's a small river, not enough to be on the map that you're trying to follow. It's just a small creek that goes by. Now, you notice, and Strelka specifically, that there is some sort of effigies, some sort of totems on the other side of the creek that's like hanging from trees. These seem to be some sort of marks or territorial totems that are signifying something. and they are on the other side of the creek. If you would go through the creek, you probably water up to your waists. It's not something that you have to swim to.
Do we want to cross into that area?
I mean,
Is the creek in front of us like blocking our path, or is it on the side?
It is blocking your path. If you can go around it somehow, because it's not on the map.
uh,
I mean, can't see anywhere obvious to get around it. It'd be easiest to just go through it now and get it over with.
yes. It's probably the wisest option we could do.
Right. As you go through the creek, then, and you're getting closer to Totem, Strelka, you're not sure about who these might belong to. This isn't no tribe or band of barbarians or what yet you've heard of before, but you're kind of a little far away from your forests and the place where you grew up. So, but the way that they're presented kind of gets a feeling that they're not very welcome. Anything you want to do about that, or are you just moving forward?
I do not know if there's much that can be done about that.
Keep in mind that for this game, remember you always the flashback mechanic that you can use. So you could, for example, at this point say, I want to use a flashback to know that these belong to so and so, right? Or to say, actually, this is a warning to this and that. So there is a little bit of world. The music's a bit too loud. There's a little bit of world building that goes into the sessions, in the sense that the players themselves can paint the world in some way using the flashback. But keep in mind that that does use your stress resource, which you might want to hold on to.
Yeah, I think and that's a good point. I think in that case, I don't mind spending some stress on the flashback of I suppose what might be likely with me as a hunter of beasts, of large beasts, of I might have already passed through here, and like there's some amount of gratitude the people of this specific region have for me that would allow us safer passage.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's roll a dice and see if that's the case. So what action do you think you could use for this? It could be, for example, a hunt, since you were a hunter of beasts. It could be smash, because you smashed the beast to bits. It's really up to you, but it has to do with the wording of what happened.
Yeah. I think that hunt makes the most sense here.
Okay, so you can roll 2 dice because you have 2 hunt points, and you choose the highest of the 2.
Good. Would do abilities apply on flashback rolls? Because I do have Monster Hunter, which means when I face a bigger foe, I have a +1 die on action rolls against them, and I don't know if that.
Let's say that it might for this particular situation. Yeah.
Cool. And I'm rolling 3 dice.
Yes.
6.
Okay, you got a 6. So, you looking at these, so using a flashback getting a 6, you're not going to take any stress. And there is you recognize these symbols finally, and you see that this is sort of a warning, not so much as trespassers will be speared or something like that. It's more that there is some sort of beasts in this area, and whatever tribe lives here is warning other tribesmen, be wary of this beast. This is monster territory, let's say it like that. So it's that insight that these people you've hunted beasts for them before. So this is something that they would leave out to saying, here's a spot for one.
We should be wary. There are monsters forward. It may be prudent to go around unless we are wishing to a fight.
I can't say monsters are exactly my specialty.
Necessarily want to fight. Never fought before. Don't intend to do so now.
Yes.
Very well.
However, Strelka, if you feel like you can take them on, I want to trust you for sure. Tell us what you want to do.
It is possible that I could fight and win, but seems, as much as I would like to, it seems an unnecessary risk.
I see.
So you'd like to continue the road but sneak by, or do you want to go around and go off road and try and go around this area?
How challenging does the terrain look off the road?
Pretty challenging, but at least you have someone with knows this kind of terrain. But other than that, it's you're basically going swamp/forest routes and whatever else dangers might be there. You don't know. So one's a mystery, the other is probably a monster ahead, but you're kind of aware of it at least.
This log will be better for us than a chance that the monster will find us. If you are indeed not suited for combat.
I must say I'm not. So I'm ready to go through whatever wood we need to.
Okay, then off the road you go, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So
Smart.
you go a bit to the left and kind of circumvent this area that has been as a monster den or something like that. And so I'm going to destiny dice again to figure out in terms of chance that you have chance that you encounter something nasty or you just go by unscathed. And this isn't relative to the monster because you avoided it. It's forever something else. So I'll roll 2 dice for it. I'll roll 3 dice because you have the monster hunter.
Oh,
Hey, critical. Okay, more than one
Big.
6 in a single roll is a critical, and a critical
Oh.
means you get what you wanted, and you also get something else extra that you weren't even expecting. So, as you go through this swamp and these woods, and you circumvent the monster's location, you don't even go investigate to see what it is. It wouldn't be good for you. You simply follow the creek a little bit more, go next to the water, and once you think you're out of that situation, you go in again. And as you're passing a particularly heavy wood area, you notice that there are some mushrooms that are coming out of a tree. Yellow, very bright yellow mushrooms. And Strelka, you recognize these mushrooms as something that can be used to render someone with a paralysis. If you touch them or you rub them on your skin, you'll get kind of a skin burn, and then you lose feel area. But you know that some people can make poison, like paralysis poison, out of these mushrooms, or if someone would eat them, they would probably fall into sort of become unconscious for minutes. So you know that these mushrooms have that property, and they're right here in front.
We ought to stop these mushrooms. Are perhaps a good tool to have on our quest. They inhibit motion and render people who consume them unconscious. It would be useful if we are attempting to grab our target with less of a fight.
All right. Sounds good. I'm ready to carry some.
Yes, poison.
Do not touch it with your bare hand. It will not be a pleasant experience for you. I know firsthand.
All right.
Right, so every single one of you is going to add to your gear a slot called yellow mushrooms. You don't need to put a check mark on it. The check marks that you see on your gear to the right of your character sheet is just to indicate that there is some weight to those items. So they take up space in your inventory. If it doesn't have a check mark, it's small enough that it doesn't take up space.
Yellow mushroom. How many do we take?
It's a bunch. It's like a handful. Has a handful of yellow mushrooms.
And does this take up space? So should we put a check mark?
No, it does not take up space.
Okay.
The number of check marks you have there has to do with how much space your stuff is taking, and that will determine your load. So if you see under gear, there's a thing load, and that means how heavy you are, how much stuff you're carrying. And if you're carrying too much stuff, you'll become heavy. Little, it's light, and that has to do with your speed, how fast you are. If you're comparing who's going to run faster, someone who's light loaded is going to run faster than, and so forth.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Doesn't look like I've got any space in my gear for it.
If you don't have space to write it down, you can just write it down at the special abilities below, or anywhere where you can take up notes, since it's not taking up space anyway.
Ooh, I see some things that I'm carrying.
Now you're
rather nice things.
Yes.
All right, so going into that, we're at it. Gear in this game is not so much something that you can use to improve your stats, like plus something to attack or something like that. It's a narrative option. So if you have, let's say, a long cloak, you can use it to hide yourself and go unnoticed, but you can also use it to maybe dress up a wound, or to someone is falling off a hill, cloak. So you can use your items however way you find them to be narratively meaningful. Even if you have something that's a little bit more ambiguous, like, for example, I think that Strelka has something called an adrenaline tonic. Now, what does adrenaline tonic does? Depends on how the story progresses, and it can be like an adrenaline shot. It can be something that can be used to maybe revive someone who's knocked unconscious. The story will tell what the gear does.
All right.
Okay.
Sounds good.
And then you also have a above here, and that's a bit more specific. So armor can be used to basically negate a bad consequence. When you roll a dice and something bad happens, you can say, no, I'm using my armor, so that doesn't happen. And you can only use it once per adventure, right? And once
Is
you
that
use
what
that, then you put a check mark on it, and then it's used until you start a new adventure, or you have a significant.
Can I ask one thing? Did you just remove a checkmark from my armor?
Yes, I did, because you're
Okay,
not supposed to have any, because it's not.
Okay,
It might have been there from a previous. Someone
Okay,
forgot
okay.
to take it out. Yeah. So, and some of you will have to do with armor, but they have to do with your ability. So if you read your abilities, you'll figure out what that means. So going through these woods, now you are armed with the yellow mushrooms. You've avoided the monster, and it is not long until you reach the town of Van Norg. And Van Norg, you reach it. Let's say you reach Van Norg by night. It is the sun has just set, and you now see a town that is kind of has a little bit of a fort, a wooden fort on top of a hill. But as you see it in the distance, it's like a bit of a shit town, because it's a bunch of shacks and badly kept cabins. There's not really a wall around it or anything like that. So the only real defense it might have is either the people, or there is a fort on top of a hill, but there doesn't seem to be a lot of space inside the fort. So that must be for the nobility or whoever important people live here. But whoever other people live here, they live in these shacks and small houses, so wooden houses that are around this hill where the fort is. And there's also there's water everywhere, so it's very swampy here next to Van Norg. So most of the houses are actually in elevated wooden platforms, kind of like rundown town Venice, but much less advanced.
Yeah.
So let me see if I have an Van Norg Hills. There it is.
Oh.
Okay. And as you kind of reach this town, you're approaching from the woods. You see that there's not necessarily a guard of the city. There seems to be some bands of militia that kind of patrol the outskirts of town. They see you at a distance, kind of approach a little bit, realize you're probably not with any sort of. They see the noble clothing. You guys are armed. You don't seem to be a moving band of barbarians. They don't really want trouble either, so they kind of stay at a distance, keep an eye on you, but don't otherwise engage with you.
Okay.
All
We are
right.
here
So,
to
what's
fight
your approach to this town?
I mean, we're here to find the airships, are we not?
Mm-hmm.
To make our way north.
Yeah. Maybe
I
we. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're fine. You go.
Well, I was just thinking whether we should rest here. What time of day is it right now?
It's just the sun has just come down. It's like 7 p.m., 7:30 p.m.
Ooh, guys, I don't know if we should already head out tonight, or if we should maybe look for a place to sleep. Or do you want to travel by night? Is it even possible? Can we get? Maybe we should.
You don't know. You'd have to talk to whoever's.
Maybe we can do that.
Sounds like a smart option. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I would suggest maybe we check out if we can find this port from which we would depart, and ask if there are still flights at this time, and if not, then we find some place to rest. What do you guys think?
I think that's a good idea.
All right.
All right.
This-
So you don't really see a place where it might be an airship. So your best bet is just to ask around. There are some people, walking around town doing various errands. So what do you want to do?
Should we just go ahead and ask them, or do we would that mean that we would draw attention to ourselves, and we don't want that?
I think we've got a bit of time now. We don't need to leave here straight away, so we can have a look around for.
Yes.
All right. So you go and try and find it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you go through town, you see that there's a number of various street vendors, street peddlers in this town. They are carrying all sorts of weird things, and a woman in particular, as she sees you going by and looking around, even though you're not necessarily looking to buy anything at this point, but she kind of calls out to you. And she's all this ragtag, has pots and a chicken on the back. She says, "Come here, buy some eggs, best eggs in town. You need some eggs." And she's trying to get your attention and kind of walking in front of you, walking with you, and trying to get you to buy some eggs from her.
Yeah.
You don't like eggs? I've got cutlery. You got forks and knives and spoons. It's not the kind of knives you'd want to slip with under your pillow, but they'll cut up a chicken real good.
Could eat something maybe tonight. Some eggs might be good, but even more, I think, a place to sleep would be good. Do you know anything?
Well, there's nothing like sleeping with your belly full of... Yes, I do know some places to sleep. I can point you out to them, but you won't get a good night of sleep unless you take eggs.
How much would the eggs be?
They cost it's a tenth of a core.
A tenth of a core? That seems a little bit excessive. A little bit expensive.
Well, it does seem a bit expensive. Seems like if it was terms, it would cost I don't know, 10 to 15 euros for a pack of eggs.
Oof.
It's not outworldly, but it's very expensive.
Yeah. These must be good eggs then.
They're
Yes.
the best eggs.
Yeah.
I will. I purchase the eggs if it will give us information. Plus, it would be nice to have something that isn't rations for once.
Yeah.
So, how many boxes of eggs would?
I think we don't need more than one or two. I mean, how many eggs are in each box?
Yes, each box is 10 eggs.
Yeah, I think a singular box would be suitable.
I will get two.
You look like a and she goes and grabs it, kind of scrapes the dirt out of the top of the boxes, makes them all clean and nice. Got 3 boxes for all of you.
Very well.
Well, I advise you to cook them, but if you like them raw, they're all good.
Yikes.
But
Well, think we should cook them at like some place where we can also sleep. Do you mind? Like,
Do you have
showing
anywhere?
us any? Yeah.
Sure, I'll take you there myself. She walks with you. She's kind of doing the transaction, giving you the eggs, taking the money, and she's all uppity that there's some new face in town. And she takes you to this like beat down tavern looking place. It's like these stairs go down, and the whole tavern looks like it's supposed to be underwater, but somehow the water and so it must be very well isolated, but also the more humid place you've ever seen. And she kind of walks you to the entrance, and she says, "Oh, my cousin Zarko works here. I'll put in a good word. Okay?
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
Welcome to Van Norg." She kind of walks in before you and talks to a guy who's behind the counter. He has a shaven head and a bunch of chains that you don't really see a reason for him having, because they're not really doing anything for his looks. So he just welcomes you in and says, "Oh, customers, come in. Would you like something to drink? What brings you to Van Norg today?"
Oh, we're just passing through, but a drink would be nice.
Yes.
I got my homemade ale. It's called the Old Reliable.
What is it called? Old Reliable?
Yes.
Old Reliable. Well, that sounds good. For me, one drink, please. Like,
All right. I don't have much for you to eat because it's still, a lot of supplies haven't arrived yet. I have some soup if you also want it.
I'd take some soup, please. What about you
Okay.
guys?
Good. I'll have some soup. Sounds good.
All right. I see my cousin sold you some eggs there. You want me to cook those for you and maybe put them in the soup?
Yes. Well,
That would be quite nice.
All right. He goes and he takes the. You want all of them? You want to keep some of them? How hungry are you?
I think
Don't
we
do like
should-
30 eggs.
Yeah,
30
30
is a bit
eggs.
too much.
He's like 30 eggs.
You
is
all
really
have
good.
10 eggs. I have 20. Yeah.
Oh, we have 10 eggs, you have 20. Oh, I see.
These are for later. I will have
Yeah.
on the road.
Okay. Then we can do 10 if we have 10. I think
Right.
for 4 people, or like 3 depending on, if
Okay.
Striker wants to eat.
Yeah, Strelka, do you use some of your eggs
Yeah, I will donate 5 of my eggs to the egg.
to the pot? Okay, so it's 15 eggs between all of you. So it's good protein.
Alright.
He takes the eggs, he boils them, then cuts them up in like circles, and then puts them in the soup. And as you guys are sitting down, he is the only one who works here. He's kind of chit-chatting with his cousin by the counter, and maybe 20 minutes later, she goes by her table as he's getting the soup ready, and she says, "Oh, I have to go now, but have a good night of sleep. If you want to anything else, just come by and find me in the street tomorrow. I'll be there too."
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. My name is Oliena. Okay?
Oliena.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Goodbye, sir.
She goes away, and Zarko comes with your drinks and your soups, and he says, "So, passing by Van Norg, that's not something today. I mean, we wished more people would come around, but the weather here is it's not for everyone, I'd say."
Yeah, we have some business, but I think that the town looks fine enough.
I mean, we get by. we kind of have to do everything ourselves, and we don't get help. I know it's living in the dukedom, and I can see most of you don't seem to be from here, but everyone is a survivor. Let's say we have to do what we must do to survive, and we have. And so, even though our town is relatively small, it is one of the few civilized places here. So we're very proud of it.
I see. Do you have? Is there some? Is there much conflict around these places here, or?
Well, around us, yes. Not a lot of people come and mess with us. Luckily, it's not that we are very strong and and people are intimidated by it. It's just that we don't have a lot to steal.
Sometimes that's a benefit. Sometimes.
Well, I wouldn't say it hasn't happened in the past, but if we have to go inside the fort, we go. There's not much they can do. It's not like they'll burn it with this humidity. Nothing takes flame here.
On the way here, we were passing by like a place that we suspected there to be a monster. Do you know anything about this?
Oh, where did you come from? What direction?
Well,
Came from.
it was east from here, I suppose.
To the east. Yeah, that is Nadra territory.
Nadra territory.
Yes, it is. How would I say? It is like a big snake, but with fur and little legs. And big teeth, little legs, a lot of fur. It's like how do you call it? A weasel, like a weasel, but size of a horse.
Wow.
Glad we didn't run into that.
Yeah, they're very territorial. You'd say. Strangely, I think they don't eat meat, but they kill it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you went through, but you didn't encounter one.
Luckily not.
Sneak around that.
Yeah. Sometimes they wrap around the trees, so you see a tree that's. If you see that, that's another.
That's good to know.
Okay.
All right, I'll leave you to your meal, and I'll go take care of some stuff behind the counter. If you need me, just call me over.
Sounds good.
Yes.
Oh, before I forget, will you be staying for the night, or are you just here for?
I think we were planning to stay the night, were we not?
Oh, no, I think we were, yeah.
Set off early in the morning.
Yeah, I'd be open for that. Sounds good. Do you have some availabilities?
I have 2 rooms only, but they each have 2 beds.
That sounds fair enough for me, at least.
And in terms of payment, how much?
He basically threw it all, the soup plus the eggs plus the meal plus the staying, it all be 1 core total.
1 core total.
Yeah.
Well,
so if one of you takes 1 core away, pay for it.
I can do it.
Okay.
I think
sounds good.
I had an extra one at the beginning, so I could just.
All right.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
All right.
Right. He lets you enjoy the rest of his meal. He makes up a little bit of conversation in the evening. Do you guys stay and talk for a while, or you go to bed early and rest for the next day?
Lovely.
I would stay and talk for a while and try to eventually steer the conversation to the airship and how often it runs through here.
Okay. He talks a little bit about the airship. He said, well, we wish it was in better condition. We do have a captain here with a ship that runs relatively often, like once a week. He'll go to Rodland or some other places. His name is Hugh. Hugh, Hugh. And he's a nice fellow. I don't know when he's flying, when he's not, or if the ship is there. The ship is there now, but he's the only one that's from here. Then we have ships that come from other places, stop here and go somewhere else.
Interesting. Rodland sounds like a good direction for us. That's interesting.
Yeah, I've been to Rodland. Yes, it's a nice place. It's nicer than here, but they're a bit more not as nice as us. I mean, they have this little. Oh, our town is better. We have better defenses. We don't need you. We all need each other. This is a lie. It's like, I mean, we're some few places that are civilized. They think we're a sort of ragtag group, and they think they don't know us anything. They always actually. But that's a tale for another time.
Well, I can't imagine that they can really compete with the generosity that you show towards travelers in your town. So I wouldn't worry about them, but maybe we can tell you how they were when we were there next time. Maybe we'll.
Thank you so much for your kind compliments. We are, I mean, being open to strangers is part of our way of life. We're all kind of strangers here. Everyone's a little strange, if you get my meaning.
Surely do.
Well,
All right. Anything else you want to ask the man?
I'm ready to go up to sleep.
I'd be down to. One thing I was wondering still is, do you have a idea where we can find this Hugh?
I mean, I think I don't really remember where his house is, but if you go to the airport, and there's usually someone there that ask, and they can go and fetch him.
I see. That sounds good. All right. It's nighttime, I suppose.
Yeah. It is now. With all this conversation, it's 10.
All right. I'm ready to sleep. Go bed.
Yeah,
You'd be up early to find this Hugh fellow.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, probably a smart decision.
Yes.
Right. And off to your rooms you go. So how do you divide?
I would like to stay with Jacob, if you don't mind.
Sure. Yeah, I'm open to that.
Okay.
I kind of feel safe.
I mean, Strelka and Kaidros used to sleeping with strange people in their cell and whatnot. This is actually better than what you're used to.
At least it is not the prison.
I don't have experience with that.
that.
Is it bad? Yeah, I don't have experience with that, to be honest.
I mean, there's a reason people don't want to end up there.
I suppose, yes.
It's good you're up then.
Right. As you go into the bed seems clean, at least. It's like a bunch of hay and has like a blanket on top of it. But the ceiling has like the most severe black mold stains you've ever seen. So it's not like they don't try and scrub it off; it just keeps coming back. But it's as clean as a room could be in this environment, you'd guess.
Okay.
All right. Unless you want to do anything else, off to sleep you go. And I'd say that for sleeping in a relatively safe place, where at least you're not, afraid someone will stab you in the neck, or you didn't get that feeling going to bed. Whoever has stress removes one stress from their character sheet.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. As you wake up in the morning, I'd say you wake up rather early, and you go towards the front. Zarko is not there yet; he must still be asleep. But the place is like the door is just the door to the establishment is closed, but it's not locked. And he's not there preparing breakfast or anything yet. Everything is kind of open. Just you guys woke up before him.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, should we just try and find the airport ourselves? It shouldn't be that hard, right? We can just ask someone.
Yeah.
I mean,
how big is this place?
I mean, this place is big enough that it'll have maybe 2,000, 3,000. It's like a small town.
Yeah.
It's not like a huge. So it couldn't take you more than an hour and a half to go through all of it.
Yeah.
I mean,
And that's if you're unlucky.
Yeah.
Let's try and find it. And like if we don't find it for a bit, then we can just ask someone. They'll surely lead us to the right direction.
I'd see no harm in that. I'm good.
Right. As you walk around for a bit, you kind of try and go to slightly more elevated portion of town, so you can have a better view. And as you approach the fort, you realize that there is a platform next to the fort, where now you can. It takes you like 20 minutes to find it, but eventually you find some stairs that go into this wooden platform where there is a small like shack. It seems to be kind of a office of the airport, and then you do see an airship. Now, an airship in Sol Atlas is kind of a submarine structure. It has this looks kind of like a submarine, but it floats. So right now it is tied with chains to the dock, and it's slightly floating above the dock, but just a few meters, like 3 meters from the dock, and it is just off to one side of the airport, and there's no other ship.
Guys, it seems like the ship hasn't gone yet. You know, he was telling us that it's just like every week they go, but it seems to be here. Maybe we're lucky.
Seems to be, we are. Yeah.
All right.
Probably should go to the.
Yeah, there's a small shack, and there's. You can't really see from this.
Yeah.
So do you go up to whoever's there? Who goes forward?
It would make sense for our negotiator to
Yeah. I shall step forward.
Right.
approach there.
As you approach, you see a bald man with behind the counter. He seems to be scribbling on some piece of paper. As he notices you approaching, He kind of looks up and then looks down again and continues what he was doing.
Well, good morning, sir. We are trying to get on a flight to Van Org, if possible. Is it the right place where we at?
No, and Van Org is where you're.
Oh, Van Org is where we at. My bad. What is the place called again, guys?
Hmm?
We wanted to go to
It was
Rodland.
Rodland, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Rodland is actually a place we want to go to, and I've heard there should be one ship that goes like once a week or so. Is that true?
Well, or so. I mean, he kind of looks at you and puts his head out of the thing to see how many. He says, "Well, good luck convincing Hugh to take you, 'cause he hasn't been going for a while. There's words of pirates about him. He's not in a pirate evading mood as of late."
Well, is there a way we can talk to him? We surely must be able to persuade him.
I mean, sure. If you want to talk to Hugh, it's a bit early. Probably some, I don't know, wench then.
What do you mean? What is he doing at this hour?
He's probably in finer company than.
I see. Well, should we come back later then, or is there a way we can find him now? We don't mind. We don't like if he doesn't mind. You know.
It sounds like we should probably come back later.
I presume.
I mean, I can. Maybe you can get someone to go and find him. I mean, depends on how. You said you probably can persuade him, right? Depends on how persuasive you are.
I feel like we can be pretty persuasive.
He's like, I mean, I can go and try and find him, but don't let anyone touch my things.
We can do that.
There are some kids running about, and when I leave the station, they come and write silly notes on my books, and I need to scrap them out. And don't let any kids in here.
I think we might be able to handle some children.
Alright. I'll be right back.
Thank you very much.
He grudgingly goes. You do notice in the distance children peeking behind buildings, seeing him going, but then seeing you're still there and like, God damn it. He takes a good 30 minutes to come back. But eventually he comes with a man next to him who's quite tall and quite, has this charming look to him, and a good coat that doesn't seem to be from this town, like he got the coat somewhere else or on a bet or something. But he comes around. He has the eyes of someone who drank a lot last night, but he has a smile on his face nonetheless. But it's just that squinting like the sun is very bright, and it's clearly not. The worker goes back inside the hut, and he kind of makes a grand gesture as he sees you. He says, welcome to Van Org. New faces in here. My name is Hugh Navarro. How can I help you?
Well, good morning, Hugh. I hope that we haven't caused any troubles for you, but we would actually like to see if we can get a ride from you to the town called, guys, called Rodland. Exactly to Rodland. We would like to go.
He says, well, I much prefer the sightseeing on this town when the sun is going down instead of when the sun is going up. I work, let's say, opposite to the sun. If the sun is going up, I'm going down, and the opposite is also true. Now, you did caught me this morning a little barehanded because I wasn't expecting to travel so soon, especially because it's not good for travel right now. As you see, the skies are a little crowded these days, and not by people as gentle as we are, Van Norgians. There's been some pirates about, and they don't like me, and I don't like them. So that's all to say that in a normal situation, I would wait here for some other ship to come from someplace else, and then take my ship together with that other ship. Then we have protection because we're more. Now, my little ship, I feel might be a little ill-equipped to deal with pirates, and so to travel right now would be an extraordinary situation. And an extraordinary situation might require an extraordinary price, if you get my meaning.
I see. Would we be able to persuade you in that way that we would, of course, be there to defend against such circumstance? You know, we would. I feel like we could be of use in the case of pirates, if you know what I mean. So I feel like we have something to offer other than, payment in the conference.
That is a good start, but how would I say? You protecting us on a trip that we would not need protection from if you weren't taking it might cheapen the price a little bit, but it still doesn't make me want to go.
I see your point, exactly. Well, what would you be thinking that the cost may be?
So, let me take a look. He looks at the four of you. He's like making calculations. All of you, 250 kilograms. I have to take this much Fagerium. My assistant, some things. You're just yourselves? Do cargo with you?
It's just us.
Yes. Us and whatever we have on our backs.
Very well. Taxes. I'd say about 2 cores to take you.
2 cores. Well,
and that is with that is with the promise that you will protect.
That we will what?
That you will protect us on this journey.
I see. Well, do you mind if I speak to my comrades over here for a little?
You are most welcome.
All right.
I'll also speak with my colleague right here, and he takes a bottle out of his jacket, and he takes a little sip. Mornings.
All right,
I
guys.
would pay this price.
Yeah.
I would also. I would be happy to give one of my core coins.
As would I.
I think then. What do you guys think? Or the other option would be to wait, I suppose, until something comes. But we don't know if an airship comes, do we?
To be honest, I think right now this is the best option.
Yes. To get this job done as quickly as possible.
All right.
Need to make our way.
All
right.
I would say all said is said and done. Then we should go tell Hugh that we would like to travel with him.
All right. Hugh is awaiting you eagerly.
All right.
And you reach him. What do you say?
Well, Hugh, as I'm speaking for a little group right now, we would like to pay you the 2 core coins and have you take us to Rutland.
That sounds most reasonable. I would say I need to gather a few of my things and a few of my men as well. Give me a couple hours and we can go.
Sounds good for me. What do you guys think?
Yes, no, I'm good with that.
Is there any way we'd be able to help you?
I mean, have you ever shot a sling?
I haven't. The others need to.
So, if one of you wants to start getting accustomed to cannon, that'd be grand. We do have one in our ship. So if one of you will man it, that will further increase our chances of success.
I mean, surely our archer here has pretty good aim.
Yeah, I suppose I could man it.
Right? He shows you to the ship. The ship has a little tag with the name of it. It says the Adventurer's Lass. And as you enter the ship, you realize that it's like a submarine shaped, but it has kind of a balcony on top of it, and then it has a small turret with what looks like a ballista. But instead of throwing javelins or bolts with it, it is a like rubber powered like very strong thing where it just shoots boulders of stone out of it. And also inside the airship itself, there's a few small cabins that are supposed to be for the captain and for the crew itself. But whoever else is going in, it's just a one open area that has some mattresses on if the trip takes more than a day, and it doesn't really have a lot in it. It's mostly just an open corridor with an open area, and then some small rooms that are just for the crew.
Oh, sounds good.
Right. As you kind of get accustomed to the ship, he says, "Try not to break anything," and he goes and fetch his men and whatever else he needs. And you guys have a little bit of time by the ship, but unless you want to do something around it, we can just skip to when he comes back.
Yeah, I'm also interested in is I guess looking around the place, around the airship. Actually, is there any windows in the airship or something, or is it closed off?
There are windows. They don't need to be closed off. They can be.
Okay. Very good. I guess then we'll have some view during the trip. Sounds good.
Yes. In fact, the front of is like like windows, like full body windows, so you can see the view from.
Ah, nice.
Mm.
I suppose we wait for him.
All right. You wait. There's like 3 or 4 workers that come about. They're bringing boxes into the airship, and whoever's in the top balcony sees that they have these strange boxes that kind of instead of holding them, they're holding them down, like they have negative weight and they'll just float up. So they bring them to the ship and start tying them to the ship. So and they put them in certain socket in the ship, and you realize that is actually what makes the ship float. Is this material called Fagerium, and so they have to carry it with them whenever they want to fly.
Interesting.
They load up the ship with it. The ship starts making pressure against the chains that were holding it in place, and they seem to be bringing a bit more aboard that you don't know what it is. Probably since they're taking the trip, they're taking the opportunity to also take some trade goods with them, probably something like that. And they, as soon as you're all on the ship, he asks the men to release the chains. The guy from the airport releases a chain on his hand, and the ship floating it goes. Now you'll see that the ship doesn't really fly very fast. It kind of floats and hovers a good like slightly below cloud level most of the time, and just floats in the direction that they want through some sort of releasing Fagerium in a certain direction. They can kind of ride the winds and go the way they need to go. Right. So let me panel that is airship related.
Oh,
Ooh. That's cool.
Right.
cool.
It's not as big as this one, but it is something in. So it doesn't have sails, and you, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna. Where's the ballista like?
Yeah,
in
it's right
regards
at the
to
top. Yeah,
At the top.
It is. Yeah, it's right there.
Okay.
Where kind of where the smoke is coming from.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. As you take this trip, you talk with the crew a little bit. Some time goes by. It seems a little uneventful.
Very good.
Yeah. You look down at the whole of dukedoms. You can't really see a lot. It's mostly trees. There are some open areas. You do see small villages here and there. Some of them civilized, others completely savage. And there's some points of interest along the way. But as, let's say, you're halfway on your ship, let's say that Jacob, who you're up near the ballista, starts seeing in the distance a couple of figures that seem to be kind of parallel to the ship, going in the same direction, but keeping a certain distance. And you notice that they are dragon riders. Now, the dragons in Solatlas, as your dragons in places, they're more akin to giant bats. Some of them are reptilian. There's different species. You can't really tell from the distance what it is, but they're more like domesticated than necessarily fire-breathing, intelligent.
Yeah.
They're more akin to horses, maybe, but horses are already quite intelligent. So they're domesticated species. There's also wild species, but and there's a couple people. So there's one person riding each dragon. They have some sort of red scarf, or there's some sort of red fabric coming out of their backs. Could be a cape or a scarf. You can't really distance, but they seem to be kind of sizing you up from the distance. You can't really tell what they want there, but they're kind of scouting you. Let's say.
I guess I'll just call this out to the crew. Like everyone's aware.
Okay. You call out to the crew. You tell the captain, and the captain comes up to talk with you and kind of see what you're seeing. He has a monocular, looks in their direction. There they are, our little friend. Maybe we shouldn't wait. Why don't you hop on the slingshot cannon? Give him something to remember us by.
So they'll hop on, and then in its mechanism at one of the large dragons.
It has a bunch of levers. Let's say during this time he already. But basically, there's this lever you must pull, brings the whole thing back. You have to arm it with a big stone. Then you point it in the right direction and pull another lever and just, and it'll shoot it into the, like a slingshot.
Yeah. Suppose I'll aim and then just pull lever and
Right.
try and take a shot at one.
Let's see if your abilities, any of them, apply. Even though this isn't. It says shooting a ranged weapon, which this is. You could re-roll failures, which is good.
Spend a
if your target
stress.
is not moving, case it is moving, or you can spend a stress to pull off an impossible shot. Okay, so do you want to use trick shot for anything, or no?
Nope.
Even if you're shooting normal, you have to say what action you're using.
So with us,
could be a hunt or something like that. And also keep in mind, this is something I haven't. Whenever you're taking an action, if you want to make it more likely to succeed, you can always go hard. And go hard means you spend 2 stress to add 1 more.
I think I'll take a hunt action to try and aim and make sure I hit a precise shot on them and crack them through the sky and then pull the lever to launch the stone at them.
Mm-hmm.
So
Do you want to add anything to it, or just
a normal one? And I guess if I fail, I'll re-roll with the sharpshooter.
Okay, so you roll 2 dice and.
Oh.
Hey, you guys are rolling on fire today.
Oh.
Like
Damn.
6 after 6 after 6.
Wow.
So you still get to re-roll 1. So you get
All right.
6, especially.
Oh.
Bro.
Bro.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Man, this is gonna be a short trip.
Good shot, Jacob.
I'd say with this particular shot, you're like, I'm the best archer in town. I'm not just the best archer. Now you're the best slingshot cannoneer as well. Because you take the shot, you aim it, you think, okay, you moving both in directions, so you gotta shoot slightly ahead of them, so it'll hit them when they're going through. You kind of gauging from the distance, you kind of thought, maybe, I'm not sure if this is gonna hit them, but at least it's gonna scare them off, because they're gonna see that we're armed, right? But you kind of do the math so well, and your instinct for ranged weaponry is so attuned that you actually hit them. So you hit them right in the middle of the torso, one of the dragons. The dragon screeches like it wasn't expecting it, completely in panic, starts flailing about. The guy that's on top of that dragon falls off. The dragon kind of tries and goes and dives to kind of try and catch him. The other guy also dives down. As they do that, they kind of get in your spot because they go under the ship. The ship is kind of blocking your distance from downward. And you, just with the screech, you hear the screech in the distance, the guy screaming like, ah! And you look around, wait a bit. The captain looks at you and he goes, my friend, you are hired. You want to take this trip with us more times? That's some fine aim you've got, or some lucky bones.
Maybe after this trip, come back over here.
I mean, I've never seen shoot a slingshot cannon time and hit something like that. I mean, you're quite an interesting fellow.
Say the same about you. Thank you.
Maybe you were lying, and you're a kind of. Well, keep your secret. He just pulls out a bottle. Says, "Oh, this one's to you, my friend." He throws the bottle out the airship. All right. As you go back, everyone inside the airship was, all right. So we're safe, and you continue your ship with no more events. And
Damn.
as you quickly, let's say by the end of the day, you are now arriving in Rodland. You do see this is a much larger city than Norg. It has also a river that goes by it, and let me find some image here. Rodland, yeah, this is Rodland. Rodland. Okay, so Rodland has old German Witcher town to it, like steep for the water to come out and not to. Everything's kind of clean. All the buildings are kind of seem a bit taller than they need to be, and a little janky, but it seems to be a lot more defended town. It has watchtowers kind of all around it. The castle is made of stone and wood, and it seems to be a more defensible place at least, and it's a bigger civilizational hub, if you'd call it. And as you're going down into the Rodland airport, you see there's like 6 or 7 ships here, and this is at least financially, economic. Captain Hugh says his goodbyes to you. You pay the man, and he says, that was a wonderful trip. And if you ever want to come back to Van Ork, just wait around and you'll see me here around here. Or you take one of these here. I wouldn't recommend. I'm much better captain.
So then we shall hand you the cores that we owe you, don't we?
Oh, please do.
All right. Here's one from me. There we go.
And I also hand one over.
Yeah, you notice that in order to get down to the airport, say that, but they basically opened the Fagerium boxes. The boxes that had that floating material, and it kind of evaporates into the atmosphere, and so the ship gets heavier, and then it starts going. All right. As you pay the man and help his crew unload whatever they with them from the ship, and in Rodland you are.
Very good.
All right.
Guys, we kind of made it like halfway, I would say.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe even more than that.
I can show you on the map if you want to have a new understanding of. You are now in. So now in Rodland there, you are relatively close to the border. You don't know a lot about this border to get to Terra, if they are allowing people to come through, if they're not. But you know that in order to get to Gadland, which is an island belongs to Moose, it's much easier to get a boat that is from their town than it is from them accepting a boat from the dukedoms, of course.
I see.
So you'd have to ask around and figure out how to get there, or you can just take your chance and walk there and.
Okay. Since this uneventful trip, maybe we can now check out how to. Maybe we can get some good transport to Terra as well. Even though it's of course the dukedoms, but if maybe we could go alongside the river a little bit to this one town and then go from there.
That's a
That's
suggestion.
Seems like a possibility.
So, do you think we should try and acquire some horses, or just go on foot?
Could we even go on the river? Maybe we can find like some sort of boat that will take us down there. But
Oh.
maybe actually
The river is wide
horses,
enough for that, and
Is it?
there
Okay.
are boats on in town.
Hmm.
It's not a small creek; it's a actual full-blown river.
I see. We could do that. But I also like the horse idea, because the horses we could take longer in a sense, right?
And
Maybe
yeah,
we
keep
could-
going.
We could keep going to Tera, I suppose. So, well, I would say I probably don't have contacts here in Rodland.
Well, if any of you want to have a case for a flashback,
I see.
What am I?
Streka, do you have any contacts here? It seems to be kind of close to your area, doesn't it?
yeah, this is the from the dukedom side, the closest big city there is to the forest
Yeah.
that Seraph is from.
Yes, I have been here before. I may have contacts. Let me think back. I think back.
All right, you do a flashback. So tell me the ability that you want to use this flashback.
Think it might make sense in this case. I mean, to be fair, Strelka's main thing that they've been doing for the last 7 years has been hunting big monsters. So, hunting big monsters and also just generally being very strong. So, maybe I know some sort of someone who worked in overland or over river travel, like as a protector for like a bit. Like I was like getting rid of obstacles in the path and monsters that would approach.
Okay. So you want to use hunt or?
I think smash.
Right. Smash it is. So roll a couple dice. What we get?
Ooh.
Okay, you got a 5. Okay, a 5 is a mixed, which is you get what you want, but there's some sort of a conflict. So in this case, with a mix, you're gonna get a stress, and you do know a guy. This guy, he's kind of a smuggler of sorts. He's someone who has hired you to help you with transportation. You know, he's a kind of rough man, not very easy to please, but he's your kind of person in the sense. He's also strange and he doesn't really mind you, but he respects your strength, but also he's kind of a shady character himself. And you know he works here as a kind of a bouncer to a known tavern here, and his name is Godzim.
Godzun?
Godzimir.
Godzimir.
I know of a shady smuggler. Goes by Godzimir. It's possible we could convince to help us get where we need to go. We
That
shall
sounds
go.
like
Yes, hopefully my past work speaks for itself. For of course, my tongue is not as sure as my arms. And I guess I lead my companions in the direction of where I
All right.
remember Godzimir.
Okay, you go and try and find this guy. The sun is just coming down, and it has come down. So I'd say it's like 8 p.m. And you do find Godzimir where he'd be, which is in front of a very 2-story high tavern, and he's kind of greeting people at the entrance, checking them for weapons, not. And he's kind of the bouncer of the place. And you see he's tall. He's not as tall, but he's very white. He's that guy. He's almost as white as. And he's kind of ushering some people in, saying other people they can't come in. As he sees you in the distance, he squints for a little bit, and then he recognizes you and does a small nod. He lets the customers who were waiting to get in leave, and as soon as you're kind of alone, gestures in your direction. Long time no see.
Indeed, it has been a few seasons, good Samir.
I see you have company. These new employers.
Sort. We are hoping to me forgetting name of place.
You want to
go
get
to
to.
Terra.
You want to go inside Maru. Hopefully, get to Terra.
Yeah, hoping to get to my companions. They wish to get to Terra and Maru. And I know that you're good at getting people where perhaps they're not wanted.
Is there any particular to be wanted there, other than just coming from here?
Say that again?
Is there any particular reason why they're wanted or not wanted there, other than coming from the Dukes?
It is this, not is coming from the Dukedoms. No.
Well, they've been very strict rule. There is a big river goes through the border, and the bridges are all controlled. Now, are you? He kind of looks up at all of you. Is that all you're carrying?
Yes.
Specific cargo with you?
Not until we return. No.
I see. He kind of calls out to someone inside. Jack, come here a bit. And another guy, not as big as him, comes out and says, "Take my place for 10 minutes, please." He kind of walks with you to another corner, so he's not at the tavern. And he goes with you, and he kind of looks at all of you. He says, "Well, it's quite simple, but you sort of have a choice to make. You can either go above or from the border. I mean, if you have the money, going above is better. I can find you some fake items, some carry, and maybe they'll let you go. Hell, you leave. Say you to meet.
You're cutting out a little bit
Yeah.
for me.
1 2 1 2.
Correct,
Let me see. Do something. Remove the headset. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so he says, if you want to go above ground, it'll cost a bit more money. Papers to get into.
No.
There's also a way to go underneath, but that will be through the tunnel. That has its own dangers.
Through the tunnel.
It may be best for us to go underground, but also this is a there and back. We're picking something up.
Well, he says, okay, I can take you through the tunnels, or I can take you to the entrance of the... At the end, you have to say something to a person, they'll let you out, and when you come back, recognize you. So it won't be a... Now,
What is happening when we come back?
I
Didn't hear
mean,
that.
when you come back, you go and meet the same person that out of the...
Meet the same person. Okay.
Yes. Basically, when you get out of the tunnel, you'll be inside a person's residency, and that person has a arrangement with me to let people out, then let them back in.
I see. Sounds
So-
like a good deal.
All right. Now, do you want the cheap deal or the, let's say, loaded deal?
The loaded deal.
Yes, this
What
is
is-
not the place to cheap out.
Yes.
So, the deal is this. You can either pay full price, or you can pay half price and take something.
What is the full price?
Full price would be 2 core.
2 core.
Think we'd have enough for that?
Hmm?
I think we'd have enough for the full price.
I could pay one.
I also do not mind paying one.
I still have a couple left, I think.
That's what I like to
Better
hear.
for us to pay the full price and be unburdened.
Okay,
Yes.
that's more than fair. Now, let's see. I think that it'd be best for you to go right now, because tomorrow, I'm not sure what the situation is, but probably be a bit more. If you leave tonight, I think it'll be...
It'll be what? You're cutting out a little bit sometimes.
It'll be a good night.
It'll be a good night. I see.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready to go tonight. I don't
Nice.
mind it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. I just need to have a little word with my employer. And he leaves and goes inside it.
No.
I'll do a quick reconnect this, see if my...
Yeah.
And
1 2 1 2.
Hello.
Okay.
sound pretty good.
Okay. So he comes back from the tavern, and he says, "Let's go get my wagon." And he walks with you. You go to this sort of more shady part of town, and he has a small barn where he gets a horse from. He ties the horse to a wagon, and he tells you all to get in the wagon, and he'll lead you to some place where the tunnel is.
Well, Striker, if you trust this man, then we shall trust him too, I suppose.
Everything sounds like it's good to me. Huh?
Right. You guys get in. He takes you. You guys start moving to the direction of outside of town, and there seems to be, as you leave, you see in the distance some sort of farmstead that seems to have been abandoned. Like once there might have been farmlands around here, but the wilderness has since taken any of that. But there are still some buildings that used to be farms. And he takes you to one of them. There's a big chain on the gate. He goes and just with a big iron key opens the chains, lets you in, and moves in the direction of a big barn that's sort of run down. The ceilings collapse a little bit, but the entrance it seems kind of sturdy. At least the door is sturdy.
Okay. I guess.
And,
Right. You guys go there. He opens the thing and he says, well, from here, you have to take a first tunnel that is going to take you next to the river. And then this is going to splinter to either left or right. You have to take the left tunnel. Okay. It's going to be a long walk. And whatever you find down there, just keep walking. That's the best advice I have for you.
Is there some creatures down there?
I mean, who knows? Who knows what gets into the tunnels?
Okay. Well, we should keep walking.
Okay. Then my payment, please.
Oh, yes. I'll hand over 1 quarter.
As will I.
All right. I wish you good luck. And when you get to the end of the tunnel, you will have to say the word Geistas. Geistas. I'm not sure if that's how it's written, but it's something like that.
Geistas. All right.
And someone will open the door on the other side. Unless it's in the toilet, then you have to wait a little bit.
Sounds easy enough. Thank you.
Off to the wagon he goes, and you're now inside the barn. You do notice that at the end of the barn there seems to be some sort of a trapdoor. And you imagine that might be the entrance to the tunnels.
All right, guys.
Shall we head in?
Let's head in. Let's go.
Yeah.
No time to waste. Let's get to it.
Into the tunnels.
All right.
Into the tunnels you go. I did have an image for the farm. Why didn't I use it? I'll use it for a couple seconds before you go into this.
All right. Well,
very ominous.
All right. Into the tunnels. You guys go down. It goes. It's not a long way down. It's just some stairs, and it seems to go into some sort of a basement of the farm. But as you reach the outer wall of that basement, there's a large hole that was dug into, and you enter there. And as you go in, it's a constant downward slope from there. And you keep going down the tunnel. You don't see a lot of animals or anything in here. There's no rats or sometimes there's like a centipede or something on the wall, but it seems abandoned for the most part. I'd say that some of you might have torches or whatnot, even if it's not in your inventory. I suppose at least 1 or 2 of you will have torches with you.
What do I have? We've got like tinderbox.
No.
Be able to.
All right. So if you didn't have torches, let's say he hands you a couple of torches before you get in.
Right.
And you go through the tunnels. Let's get a small image going here. So there are some rats. And you down the tunnels you go. Now you have the sense you walk and walk and walk and walk. is you might, make some conversation here, but you don't feel very comfortable having conversations here because it echoes a lot. When you talk, you feel like your voice gets projected through the tunnel, and you feel a little unsafe when you do that. Even your steps are kind of bothering you a little bit. Like you wish you could do less noise, but it's almost impossible. Now, as you keep going in, and you keep walking, and you walk, this tunnel goes fairly straight, and there are some curves. It seems like whoever dug this avoided some major rocks that they couldn't tunnel through, and it seems like the natural way this tunnel should go. But you start suspecting something is amiss because you keep going down. There's no that sensation of we are going down a slope continues, and at least for the next 2 hours, there's no feeling of now it's going back up.
Guys, surely we're not just going into some underground cave or something.
Hopefully not.
We will find what we need, but we must be quiet.
Yes.
All right then. Let's keep going.
Okay.
Keep on.
Alright.
You continue onwards, and as you walk another, let's say, 3 hours in the tunnels, you're getting a little bit restless. Like it's a little unnerving to keep seeing the same corridor. There's no splintering, like no going side to the sides, to the left or to the right. It's very unnerving to see the same type of rocks over and over again, until at some point there it is, something different. You see a tunnel that goes to the right and seems to, now this one goes slightly upward, and a tunnel to the left that goes even more down.
Well,
Left.
we know what the guy told us, right?
Yes,
To the left.
Yes.
Right, to the left.
Yeah. I feel kind of uncomfortable going further down, guys.
Could be. Just to trick people who haven't been gone down with the aid of him. And just it goes up to that could be. It goes down to trick people who.
But I guess there's nothing else that we can follow but his tip, so I'm down to head even further down.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. As you go down, you walk for another kind of hour, and then you start noticing some slight changes in the tunnel. First, to the right of you, the right side of the tunnel seems wet. It starts getting wet on the right side, and there's a lot of drippings coming from the ceiling. So as you keep moving forward, it keeps getting more wet. It's not enough that it'll make puddles on the ground because it quickly gets absorbed by the dirt, but it keeps getting more humid, and you get that smell of dampness. Also, you start seeing not just rock in the sides of the tunnel, but you start seeing roots, and these are big roots, like roots of like centuries-old trees or thousands-old trees. You don't know. Roots with the thickness of a man are like kind of going around this tunnel, and it seems like whoever dug this either avoided the roots or kind of dug around them, because the roots don't seem dug into. They kind of envelop, like go around the tunnel.
Yeah.
Curious.
it also starts getting a little bit tighter. The tunnel is not as wide. Might be because they were avoiding the roots when they dug it. But also you start having your senses play with you a little bit. Where there was once silence and all you could hear was your steps and your breathing, now you start getting this sense of, when you get pressure on your ears and you start getting that, a little bit like that, but in that small pressure change and that note of, that's supposedly that note that's supposed to be a very stable note, it's always the same sound. You start getting some sort of variation, like you start hearing things a little bit, like muffled sounds, like there's someone talking behind a wall, or you hear like a murmur of some sort, but you can't really place a direction to it. It's neither behind the wall, neither in front of you, neither behind you.
This is. I feel like if we go further down, it's not gonna end well.
We can always come back, but if we start to doubt now, we lose our progress.
Maybe wise to pick up the pace a bit and go a bit faster.
All right.
As you pick up the pace, then
I'm down.
Okay. So you start walking with a bit more determination. Like, let's get to the end of this tunnel before it, starts messing with our heads. But you can't help but feel like, as you're moving forward, these sounds, these muffled sounds, keep getting a little bit more clearer. And at least for, let's say, Ben Regan, you start getting the sense of words, actually. And they are like, it sounds like the sound of someone calling to you, not necessarily your name, but they're trying to catch your attention, like someone's calling for help, or they're trying to... The way I would describe it the best is someone on their deathbed is trying to say their last words to you. They're trying to get your attention, but they can't really speak, like they're very sick or very wounded, and they're trying to put out a final word before they pass away. That's the feeling you get from this.
Guys, I don't know about this all. I think people... I hear voices, no?
Could these roots be something to do with the soul trees, do you think?
Yeah, that's
Maybe
what I
that's
was
what the
thinking.
I see.
And if that is the case, there could be more of the things we found in that other
graveyard.
forest.
Those umbros you were talking about. Oh, we must be careful with those. I guess let's be wary, and if there's anything coming around the corner, then we're ready.
Yes.
Right. As you have this realization, this is you're now more, your stance is a little bit more battle ready. You start noticing something that's a little bit even more unnerving, which is there's some cracks in the walls. And these start by being small cracks that you can maybe fit your hand in, and then there's stone right afterwards. But they start getting a little bit wider. Wider to the point where it might be a different tunnel goes somewhere there, some other direction, but still not large enough that a person could squeeze through. But as you're moving forward, you walk another, let's say, 30 minutes, they start getting a bit wider and wider to the point where they're worrisome because you don't know what's behind it.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm not worried about the integrity of the tunnel, I presume, because we, these tunnels, they kind of hold up somehow. They must have. But I mean, it's not really worth going into any of those tunnels. We can't, right? but something might come out of it. Something smaller.
Maybe.
We will be ready for it.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. As you rush forward, you walk another 10 minutes, and Strelka, you clearly hear coming from one of the cracks, one of the bigger cracks, you hear someone saying, "Help!"
Oh, I don't even mention it to the others. Actually, no, I would. There is somebody calling out for help, but there is no. I will not. It's not real. I cannot imagine it being real.
What is it? Is it a whispering that you hear?
Yes.
I see. It cannot be real. I cannot hear it that clearly as you do. We must keep moving.
Must.
All right. And moving, you continue. Now, as you move forward, you're so distracted and preoccupied by these things and the roots and the voices and the holes that you don't realize that the floor has kind of stabilized in its direction. You're no longer moving downwards. At least you're moving straight. One of you might notice this eventually. But it's not something that you immediately catch on with all these other distractions. But as you continue, let's say that Jacob Swan, you are kind of behind a little bit, behind the others, hand in your bow, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And you start hearing footsteps behind you. It's distinct. It's not normal footsteps. It's more akin to some sort of four-legged animal or something like that. Like the trotting of a horse, but more muffled, not as high-pitched, not like tack, 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 more oomph, oomph, oomph.
Hold this out to the. There seems to be footsteps behind us, but none of them humanoid, something more bestial.
And us following us?
Seems so, yeah.
You start hearing some words also coming with the steps. Something in the lines of, "Go back."
Yeah.
Guys, this is getting a little bit scary.
Yes.
But I feel like, seeing as it's behind us, we should keep striving forward. I feel like with the tunnel now flattening out, we might get to the point where it starts rising again. We
And
might be at the lowest point.
As you move forward with this feeling, you notice that the tunnel does start to eventually move up slightly, and it starts to widen slightly as well. But the sound that's coming from behind you doesn't really diminish. If anything, it increases a little bit, almost like there's something scratching at the stone beneath you, and something that doesn't want you moving forward. And as you know, that darkness you have ahead of you with the torches, whenever you look back to look at the steps, it seems even darker. So whatever you've gone through there, it's almost lingering with you, like the darkness is following you and kind of eating at the source of light.
That doesn't sound good.
No.
Hope this doesn't stay with us, like, when we get further up.
Yeah.
The tunnel widening is a good sign, I suppose.
Yes. there's more room, so we could.
At this point, you don't even know how many hours it's been because there's really no way to tell. You feel like you've been here the whole day. It could be the next day whenever you come out of this tunnel, and you don't know. You're all exhausted from this, physically and emotionally, maybe a little. As you come forward down, so who would you say is mostly looking backwards, or is none of you looking eyes forward?
I think I'd mostly be looking backwards. Is the sound.
Right. You start discerning some sort of shapes. They begin as humanoidish, but then they take on a more apish form, like a gorilla-like shape. Something that walks with their hands if they need to, but they don't always need to. And they have that kind of hunched, crawling, walking kind of sensation. It's not, you're not sure that you're seeing something. It's more of a shape in the shadows.
There's something behind us. Or there's something.
Stop
Shadows.
looking at it.
It's probably wise.
Closing your eyes from something makes you unaware, though. I think it's wise to keep an eye on it. Just don't get scared by it. We shall move forward. But at least you will see it if something comes.
Yes.
And alas, as you say this, you whoever. So who's in front?
Probably me.
Okay. So Strelka, as you're in front, and your eyes are now very adjusted to this darkness, so you can see a little bit more ahead. You start seeing. At first it startles you, maybe you even stop, but there is something reflecting on the light of your lantern, of your torch ahead. Some could be metal or something, but something's reflecting the light back at you, right ahead of you. Just some object or something. It's not the whole.
Pause for a moment, but I keep walking.
Okay. As you keep walking, you see that there's actually a door. There's an end to the tunnel, and the door, and that door has a sort of grates, like metal grates, on a little window on it, and your torch is reflecting on that grate.
Great. Gonna head over it.
Okay, you head over it. It seems like a normal door. There's a keyhole. There isn't anything to turn to open the door, though.
Doesn't the swing open in the other direction or so?
No, it seems if you push into it, it seems closed, locked.
I guess I'm gonna knock. Knock, knock, knock.
Okay, you knock, 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 and you hear the knock, knock, knock coming from backwards. So you knock, and it does the normal knock, but the echo, you hear it from the back of the corridor, like the corridor knocking back at you with the echo. And that sounds amplified. You hear boom, boom, boom. And as that does, whoever's looking back, trying to keep an eye on the shadows, see they kind of stop a little bit and then start gaining motion again, and sort of these you almost start seeing wisps of things that are not shadows. You start seeing some shapes that are given form, some sort of skin or fur or something gray is is being reflected by the torchlight towards your back.
Whatever is behind us, I think it's getting closer. See it slightly.
We need to find a way to get through this door. I feel like if we get through this door, we're good from the stuff behind us.
Yes.
Is there anything? I would like to look around the door. Is there anything on the outside, like to the left and right?
It's stone, so the tunnel slightly funnels into the door.
Okay, guys. What is our options? I guess. Do I have anything to open a door with? Wait, there is a keyhole there, but there is nothing to open it. Like nothing to turn. Or...
Nope. So it's just a keyhole and a small window with gray. And as you're examining this, whoever's looking back, now you see the distinct shape of something that kind of, as they come into the light, it's almost like they do less sound now. Like they get gentle with they get a little bit sneakier and more gentle with sound. Like they're approaching carefully. And this is a creature that is suddenly emerging from the shadows. They are, 10 meters from you. And this is like a hulking, ape-like creature, but the head is nothing like an ape or monkey. It's kind of have slits where its eyes should be, a big jaw, and no like holes where the ears should be, and a clean, like smooth, like skin that's grayish whitish, and it's kind of like kind of slowly coming into the light and sniffing.
Guys, I just remembered something. Didn't we have to say something? Like,
yes.
No.
What was it? It was Geistes, right?
Geistes.
Yeah.
Geistes. So I want to go to the door and like say it like I guess to the window or something. See if someone.
Do you just say it normally? Do you yell it? How do you?
I think we need to yell it in this situation.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. So I yell it.
Okay, you yell, "Geistas!" And the beast is somewhat like startled by you yelling, but as it moves back, it kind of senses your fear and your urgency and kind of roars in your direction. And it starts moving forward again and taking form into the light. And as it does, you see a second creature, slightly smaller but the same sort of shape, same type of creature, whatever this is just behind it. So there's at least two of them. Now, let's roll a dice to see how quickly help comes.
Okay.
So I'll roll 2 dice and see what we get. We got a 4, which is a mixed. So as you yell, you hear some sort of noise in the door, like someone shuffling something, and you see some sort of light also coming from that small window, like someone just opened the door somewhere down there, but they're taking their sweet time. And this beast is upon you, and now it is running full-fledged in your direction. What are you guys doing?
Ready. I take out my great axe and I.
Can I shoot it?
Yeah.
I take out my rapier as well.
So you each take out your melee weapons, and the archer shoots it, or is it? I didn't get it. Was that Jacob or Kai that was supposed to shoot it?
I'm gonna try and shoot it.
Okay.
So Jacob.
Okay. So you're gonna try and shoot it. All right. So roll me an action that you think is appropriate for this, and tell me which action it is.
I'm gonna take the hunt action as I'm trying to like hunt it, and take it down.
Right.
So that is 2. Oh, no, I rolled just 1. I guess.
Yeah, can
There's
roll
1 and 2.
So 1 and 2, because you are a sharpshooter, you can fail your shooting your bow. So you can roll again.
Both.
Yeah,
you roll both.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. Okay, so in this game, what happens when you roll a 1 to 3 is what you wanted to do you don't succeed, and there's a bad consequence. And the consequence is that this monster, as you shoot it, it kind of jumps out of the way in a kind of apish manner and starts going through the wall, but it spider climbs the wall and starts running on the wall in your direction. And whoever's closest, let's say who's closest right now is probably Strelka, because you got your axe and got forward, and he's gonna swing in the direction of Strelka to try and scratch you with his claws. Now, this consequence is going to give you level 1. You can choose to either take it or you can try and resist the harm. And there's 2 ways you can resist. One is you just use your armor, and then the armor is it's used up and you can't use it anymore for the rest of the adventure. Or you can use one of your abilities to try and prevent the creature from scratching you. The consequences of that might be that if you roll low, you don't do it and you get stress.
Can I, as a negotiator, also do something? I have like an ability that says the Guardian, and I can resist the consequence that affects your allies, and I get 1+1.
Not yet, because the Guardian is something you only get if you. We haven't talked about that. I can talk about that a little bit now. So, you will notice that at the top of your character sheet, there's this small squares that go from one side to the other. Just beneath archetype and playbook, right? And to the end of that is the name of an ability that you have as well. So this has to do with your morality stats. So whenever you do something that's particularly good, you go to the right direction, and when you do something that's evil or that would corrupt your soul, you go to the left. And once you reach the end, you get the ability that is there.
I see. Then never mind.
But I think you've all been sort of neutral in this adventure. You haven't been you've bought some eggs, small things, but you haven't really saved someone like altruistically, or done anything that's morally meaningful. I think. So far.
Yeah.
So let's say you don't have the Guardian ability yet.
I understand. Okay.
Right. So Strelka, do you want to take the damage or try and resist it?
I think I'm going to try to resist it.
Okay, so to resist it, you have 3 abilities that you can see that above your stats, you have insight, prowess, and resistance, right? So above hunt and maneuver and whatnot, do you see that?
Yeah, I think that prowess would probably be the thing that I'm trying to physically.
Okay, so prowess, how much you have in prowess is how many ticks you have in the gray area.
Got it, so that's 2.
No. So you have two from here, you see? From this part. This here that I'm clicking now is like experience points that you gain.
Right, yeah.
And once it gets to the end, then you get another point in these stats. For this thing, what matters is the things that are here. So you have 2 dice that you can use to try and resist. So how do you want to describe this prowess way of avoiding this ape-like creature that is climbing on the wall and trying to scratch you with its hand?
Would you describe this creature as bigger than me?
I'd say it is about your size. Maybe a little less tall, but it's very hunched over. I
Ask
think
because my Monster Hunter ability gives me an extra die on.
Yes. It's for your Monster Hunter ability. I think it's something like this.
Terrifying. Yeah. I think what just happens is it goes to scratch me, and I just sort of go to like shoulder check it, like try to slam it into the wall before it can get me.
Sounds good. So roll 2 dice for your prowess. It was supposed to be just 2, but let's count the first.
Well, I get
2.
1 for Monster Hunter.
Oh yeah, 1 for Monster Hunter. You're right. So usually when you resist, you take 6 stress minus the highest dice you roll. So you would take no stress in this case because you rolled a 6. And also you do get to resist the consequence. So you don't hurt the monster, but you kind of get into his zone and get further than his arm and go into him. And you sort of shoulder check him, as you said, against it. He feels very strange as you touch it because he's not warm like a creature would normally be. He's cold. And the way his flesh seems to take your blow is weird. Like it's nothing like anything you've ever seen or touched. Like it's best word I'd have for this is outwardly. Okay, so who else wants to do an action? So what I've done here is usually in combat here how it works is there's not a set initiative. Everyone kind of takes a step forward and says, I want to do this, and then the consequence of you failing is what drives the monsters forward. Now, if you hesitate or if the monsters are particularly powerful, then I get to do things and you get to just resist them.
No.
Okay. I'd like to step forward. Oh yeah,
okay.
You can... Yeah. Because I have my... I don't know how you pronounce it, but rapier or rapier?
Yes, rapier, yeah.
Rapier. And I'd like to try and fend it off, like scare it off with the rapier by just stepping forward and like essentially trying to hit it. And I assume that it will, go away that way.
Okay, what action do you want to use for this?
Skirmish and prowess.
Okay, so it's skirmish, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll always keep in mind that at any time you roll for an action, you can always spend 2 stress to add 1 dice.
2 stress for 1 dice.
Yes, but you don't have to. It's just I'm just reminding you guys in case you want to use.
Okay, but now I would have 1 die only.
Yeah, you only have 1 die.
Okay. Let me see here. Okay. Well, I will try it like this. And I will roll 1 die.
Okay, you got a 5.
Oh, 5.
So you stab, you kind of wave the rapier in front of the monster. You don't have a lot of experience fighting, but you have some experience like dueling, doing like hand to hand, like I challenge you to it, and we'll cross swords. But it's kind of a gentleman's game. It's not as much to kill someone or to actually really hurt someone. So you kind of take one of these dueling stances and you kind of trying to poke the beast. Now you realize when trying to kind of scare it off that it doesn't seem like they can see. So they're either sensing you or through smell or hearing, or it doesn't react to the blade in a way that you thought it would when you're trying to kind of wave it in front of its head and then try and stab him with it. But you do get to kind of stab it in the neck a little bit. But as you do, the beast kind of waves you off and does like this gesture, and your rapier actually gets thrown next to the door behind you. But you do get to stab it. So I'm going to say that with that, let's start the clock. And this is something we can do in the system. and the clock is going to... Oh, this is in the GM layer. I need to change it to token layer. Can you see that circle now?
Yes.
Where is it?
I did a circle of the creature.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's say this is a 4-sided clock. Because it's all happening very... But not this. Yeah. And then this here, and now these are both in the GM layer, unfortunately, and they go to here. Okay, so it's a 4-sided clock, and this clock is going to be called Help Arrives. And with that, you got a minor success, or a mixed. So one of these clocks is ticked.
Okay.
Again in the GM layer. Go to tokens. Okay, so one of them is clicked. Okay, who else wants to do something?
How close is the monster to people currently?
So one of them is kind of brawling with Strelka. The other one is kind of hunching behind it, kind of looking for an opening to maybe it looks like he's doing that like ape thing of trying to grab something and then drag it to it.
Yeah. Okay. I think I try to use my heavy crossbow on that one that's standing behind.
Okay.
Using probably hunt.
Hunt? Yeah.
Yeah, so that's 2 ticks. How many?
Yeah, it's 2 dice.
2 dice.
Yep.
Oh, no. There we go.
Okay.
Ooh.
Double 2s. As you do that, the creature kind of ducks under, and as it does that, it grabs the leg of whoever's closest, in this case, Strelka, and he's going to pull Strelka and kind of make Strelka fall on the ground. So consequences don't always just affect the person that causes them; they can affect anyone. But that also means that all of you can resist each other's consequences. Okay. So now the monster is grabbing Strelka by the foot, and unless someone resists this, it's going to make Strelka fall on their back and be in a more vulnerable position.
I kind of want to catch him. I feel like I'm in the area. My rapier has been thrown away, so my hands are free, and I would like to kind of catch him and pull him back from the creature so that he's a bit away.
Okay, so what action do you want to use for that? Now you use the defensive actions, which are insight, prowess, or
what do you mean? The defensive actions are what?
So above your stats, hunt, study, whatnot, you have a larger text called insight, prowess, and resolve. These use the gray part vertically that is beneath them. So you have 1 insight, 2 prowess, and 3 resolve.
Yeah, I'd like to do resolve.
Okay, so now you just have to explain in what sense you're using resolve. Resolve is more, bolstering someone's morale, or helping someone with your words. It doesn't mean that you can't help them physically and use resolve. You just have to kind of you're using your character to do something.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, maybe then
it might even be that you are warning Strelka, watch out, it's going to grab your foot, and Strelka can move out of the way in time with your resolve.
I see. No, but then I think it's better for me to use prowess in the sense that I use kind of my strength and step forward and try to hold him.
All right. Fair enough. So you roll How many you have of?
2 is
Yes. Okay.
2d6. It's a
Right.
4.
Sure. So you take 2 stress because it's 6 minus whatever you roll,
I see.
and you resist the consequence partially because it's a mixed result. So you got Straka still fell, but instead of falling between the 2 monsters and be in a position where it could be ripped apart by the monsters, they fall backwards towards the group. And now, even though Straka is out of balance and kind of rushed to the group, kind of fell between you guys, and you can make sort of a barrier to stop them from grabbing them and bringing them to the group, bringing them to the monsters.
After he does that, could I try and take a shot at one of them?
Yeah, you can get up and try and rush back in. So just describe what you're trying to do.
But quick question: are any of them not moving? Like the
No, they are all definitely.
Okay, all right. Just make sure. Gonna like step forward and kind of draw an arrow back and fire at the larger one.
Okay.
And I'd like to use scan for this as I try and find an area where it's open where I can get a clean shot on like a vital area.
Makes sense.
All right. 2d6.
You can reroll both.
All right. Oh.
Nice. Okay, a 6. So you're trying to look for an opening between all this chaos that's going around. You loose the arrow, and it hits the monster right in the nozzle, and it kind of screeches, and there's this kind of like small drip of like it doesn't bleed as much as it's supposed to, but a small streak of black blood comes from its nostrils, and you get 2 successes on this. Help arrives as you start hearing sound of a keychain behind the door. Someone's trying to open the door, and they're kind of looking for the key and whatnot. Their door should be almost open.
I kind of want to do an action. I want to use my sneak action to get to my rapier that is falling behind me. I
Yes.
kind of want to go to the door. And so that's 1 dice for me, from 1 die. Here we go.
All right.
Oh, yes.
There we go.
Clean success. You go towards the rapier. You pick it up next to the door. As you are close to the door, you see some man is on the other side. You can see him through the window, and he's kind of rushing, trying to open the thing. And you hear the click of the door. And he starts opening the door for you.
Ooh, shit! I wanna like make sure that it's not getting closed. Like, I like put my foot in between the opening.
Yeah, so it doesn't get scared when he sees the things.
And yeah, and so the door doesn't close. Like.
All right, your foot's there. What's everyone else doing?
Well, door's open now, right?
Yes, it is opening at this moment.
Yeah.
I think I want to cover everyone as I stand back up. I want to try to use my cleave ability to, I guess, when you strike a foe in melee combat, you can spend 2 stress to immediately make a smash roll with +1 die. If you succeed, I see. Not gonna put. Yeah, no, this is still good. Yeah, I'm gonna try to cleave into the bigger one.
Okay.
Cover the terror.
Let me check if you have to hit one of your whites. You can deal. When you strike a foe in melee, you can spend 2 smash roll. Yeah, so this is after you. So you roll a first roll with whatever roll you want. Can be smash, can be something else. And then if you hit the thing, it might even just be a mixed result. That's enough. You can trigger cleave.
Ooh. What was the thing you were saying earlier that I could spend how many stress to get extra dice?
It's 2 stress for 1 dice.
Cool. Might as well. Not gonna live forever.
everyone can kind of do that for other people as well. As a kind of a help action, you can help someone by spending 2 stress of your own to make someone else's action more likely.
Okay, if we see it like as like a common retreat, if then maybe we can spend some stress here and then we get out of the situation altogether.
Yes. Yeah. So
Okay,
someone's helping Strelka, is that it?
I would like to help Treka then. I would like to add 2 stress to mine to get 1 dice as well.
Okay. So
Can I also do that, or can only
you
one?
You can also do that.
Great. So I'm rolling 5 dice.
Okay. 5 dice.
And okay.
No, it's
The money.
you don't roll. It's just Strelka that rolls more dice.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So you get a success, and so you strike one of them with the axe. Do you still want to go into the other one?
Yeah. Yeah, why not? I'll spend 2 stress to make a smash roll.
Okay, so you do a smash roll with an extra dice. In this case, we'll 4 dice.
Yeah. Ooh,
Okay,
mixed
mixed.
success.
Okay, so let me check the exact wording on it. Yes, if you succeed, you do succeed, choose one of the 5. Knock back the enemy. So you can choose. There's no consequence to the second roll. Just if you succeed. So a mix is a success with a consequence. So you can either knock down, push them away, break their defense. I guess push them away is what you're looking for here.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Okay, so you cleave your axe into the first one. As they stand kind of wounded, you push it in a wide arc in the direction of the other one, hits it on the jaw, takes 2 steps forward. The guy at the door is kind of, get in, and he's grabbing all of you and pushing all of you through the door. And this is enough space that you've created now that you can safely walk into the door, and you have enough time that you can shut the door behind you guys.
Yep.
Nice. Let's go.
Brilliant.
Retreat. Done.
All right. Successfully survived these guys.
Go.
All right. So now that you are, the guy just welcomes you in. He says, "That was a close one, huh?" And
Yeah,
he's more relaxed than you are.
It's kind of Strelka badass moment.
Yeah. All right. As he takes you into his house, let's take a quick 5-minute break for bathroom and water drink and whatnot, and we'll be right back with the last part of the adventure.
All right, let's do it.
All right, sounds good.
See you in 5.
Okay, see you in 5. Right. Welcome back, everyone. And let's go into this final part of the Involunteers. Now,
Let's go.
Alright.
we're running a bit short on time. I'd like to get this done in the next hour, so let's. I'll speed up this part a little bit, if you guys don't mind, so we can get to the island per se. The guy welcomes you into his house. You have a little bit of a chat about these things. He says that you've just come back from the haunting, and the haunting is a sort of realm between the surface world and hell, and sometimes things escape from hell. At least that's his theory, and these things might have come from there. You can call them demons, you can call them geistas, which is the word that the other one gave. And he says that he never goes down there. Godzimir pays him good money to just open and close the door, and that's it. Don't ask him to go, prodding down there, because having his house next to it is bad enough. Okay. You guys go into Terra, and now let me just because you're already at Terra, and so this town is nothing like the towns you've been in. Let me just find the image real quick. Terra, there it is. Okay, so this town, it's much more culturally evolved than the other places. You see that as you go out, it is early morning. You've been like almost, you've been the whole night. You've been in the tunnels, and it's the sun's already shining, and so you're all kind of now adjusting yourselves to the light, and you see that the people here are much more colorfully clothed, if you could say that. Like, there's more happiness, people seem more well fed, there's a certain air of safeness in the streets. This isn't, even though you're close to the docks, there's not that feeling of, okay, the docks are a rough place in most cities, but here you don't really get that. Everything is kind of organized and neat. And you do get why people from the dukedoms want to get in, because this place looks great. That's kind of why they don't want dukedoms rats in. And as you reach the docks, we don't have to roleplay that part because we just need to move a little bit forward. So you quickly rent out the boat. It won't cost you a lot of money because it's an internal, voyage within Muru itself. So you quickly find a ship that will take you to Gadlan. And during that journey, which is also not very eventful, but you meet a captain who introduces himself at Captain Beelzebub. And Captain Beelzebub just tells you some tall tales about monsters and about the trips he's been in, and has seen a one-eyed whale that's the size of 3 ships, and how he escaped it with between an inch of his life and his old crew to it. And he tells you all these tall tales about sea monsters, sea creatures, and sea tales. And all of his crews kind of dismiss it and say, "Oh, there's the old guy again." But you kind of have a good time at the ship, regardless. You then, let's say you rest a little bit at the ship, but because you had such a harrowing experience in the haunting, in the tunnels, you don't really recover any stress from it. In fact, some of you might not even have been in a ship this big ever, and so you're a little seasick as well. So I'd say that you don't recover any, even though you do get to rest a little bit on the ship. But by the end of the afternoon, you've slept a few hours during lunchtime. You ate a little bit. Maybe you ate some of your remaining eggs, Strelka. But
I see.
yeah, I don't know if you shared some of them with the rest of the party or not.
Probably wants to keep his eggs to himself.
Needs all the protein they can get.
Yeah.
But you reach the coast of Meru now by also sunset, let's say. And as you reach Meru, it's a small port. There's not a lot of things going on. There's a few small houses next to it. It's more of a ferry system than necessarily full-blown. And it seems there's a little bar next to it, some fishermen's shacks towards the edge of the coastline. To your right, you see there's this big, I don't know how to say it in English, when it's very steep rock and then it's flat at the top.
Is it a cliff or no?
A cliff, yeah, kind of like a cliff.
Yeah.
And some fishermen shacks on top of the cliff. But most of this seems like a small village hamlet that's here just to receive whatever's coming from the mainland, and you don't see a lot of utilities here. Now, you did get from the Inquisitor, we mentioned it, but whoever you're supposed to meet is going to be at a place called the Sword and Fort Inn, which is here in Gatland somewhere.
Okay.
So you get out of the ship, and now the island is yours. What do you want to do?
Well, we all rested now, so I think we need to go find this this guy.
Yeah.
Should we ask around to find this
Informant.
inn?
Maybe we can find a map of some sort. Maybe we can ask there's the captain, right?
Yeah.
Captain Beelzebub. Maybe we can ask him if he has a map of Gatland.
That's fine, yeah.
You can ask him. You can find him. He says, "Of Gatland, yes, I do. I mean, you've been such a nice conversation, listening to my old stories. I'll just give it to you."
Let's go.
There he is.
That's him. Right.
All right, and I'll give you the map to Gatland. So I'll put the Gatland map actually in the journal. Let me put here all players, save, and then show to players. So that's Gatland. You are now at the Costlin Ferry.
Oh.
Where's
Costler Ferry?
Yeah.
Oh, we're kind of close to this. Do you see the Fort and Sword Inn?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So we're just right up to.
Yeah, it is maybe a 15-20 minute walk.
Yeah.
Ooh, let's go. Let's walk there, right?
Yes.
Right. As you go through this small hamlet, you leave it. You do notice something that the men here look a little strange. They look like a little malnourished, let's say. Kind of a bit glassy-eyed, and it's not. You don't know if maybe there's a lot of poverty in the island, but the people here, at least the men, don't look like they're very sturdy, if anything. But it's something you notice in passing. It's not something that's very scream to you that something weird's going on. But you move forwards and you quickly just follow the road. There's even some signs on that indicate the Sword and Fort Inn. Seems to be some sort of important place here to even be on a map. So you eventually reach a structure that seems to have been an old kind of fort of sorts, like a defensive place, but it has since been repurposed to be an inn. So you see some light coming from inside of it, and it seems to be up and running. So
Nice. Let's head inside, guys. We, we should meet our contact there, I guess. So let's check out if we can spot him. Did we get some description for this guy? No, just the target, right? We got a description for the target.
You got a description for the target. You know, let's say that the Inquisitor told you that this was a group of mercenaries who had sold this information to the so you don't have a good description or names of them, but it's like a mercenary band, or you know, so it might not be very hard to spot them.
Okay, let's see if we can spot them. I guess we need to be a bit careful with what we share if we're not certain that those are the guys that we're looking for, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's probably best.
Okay, and you enter the place. Now, as you enter the place, you get a little bit of a, like, you're impressed by the, I got the here, but I'll show you in a minute. You get a little bit impressed by the scope of the place. Like, this looks like it could harbor 100 people just sitting at the same time and having meals and whatnot. And there are a bunch of, what's it called, servants. But most of them are idle. There's not a lot of people on the tables. There's not a lot of things going on. There's no music. This place could be great, but it sort of seems like either it's too early or too late, or you don't know what it is. But it seems like it's not rush hour. At least there's very few people on the table. There's almost more servants than there is customers. And it seems like one of those places that were once very good and now fallen out of favor, or something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe we can ask. Like at the bar or so. Like if one of the guys, if they've. Should we ask for like if they've seen like some mercenaries?
You can look around yourselves, because there's so little people on the table. It's not hard to kind of spot where everyone is. You do see so the more notable figures are that you see an old lady behind. She seems a bit too old to be working on this place, so she probably is the owner or something like that. Because she's like 90-ish, right? And then you look around more of the customers, and you do see towards the corner of the inn, you see a group of 3 individuals kind of sitting around a round table. They're just drinking beer, but they are clearly armed. You see that one of them has an axe, another one has a sword, and one has kind of a mace with them. They don't have their armor on, but they have the weapons at the
They have what? The last
weapons.
thing
Weapons at the hilt.
I see. Okay. Well, I suppose it's them.
Most likely.
Yeah, it's nobody else. A few.
Yeah, there are some other customers, but they look like peasants or whatnot. They don't have this, You suspect that it's probably these guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
The question now becomes how to word this to those guys, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. I mean, you're a negotiator.
I have. Well, I should come up with something, shouldn't I?
You got that.
I suppose we go up to those people, right? And we speak with them.
We could start by getting drinks ourselves.
Maybe.
True.
Yeah.
Would be a bit more natural that way.
Strike up a conversation.
Okay, let's get some drinks then.
Yeah.
So you all go to the bar area?
Yeah.
Okay. You move up, and this old lady behind the counter kind of squints at you, She's probably has some bad eyesight by now, and she says, "Oh, welcome, welcome to the Sword and Fort. How can I help you?"
We would all like a drink, please.
We have several kinds of drinks. What would you like? Some wine?
I'd like a good beer. Do you have some beer?
Yeah, we do have some beer.
Okay. Then I would like a pint of your best, please.
I do my
Four of
best.
those, or does anyone else want something different?
I'm good with that.
Right.
All right.
4 pints of Drake Stout, please. And one of the servants comes around the bar and starts filling up the ales from a large barrel that's behind her. And she says, "So you're new in town, are you? I've never seen you before. Have I?"
Don't think so. We've just arrived today and we're just visiting, so we're not from here.
Ah, nice. How was the trip?
Not too eventful. It was nice. We made it in the end. It felt long though, but it was good.
That's nice. I can't take a boat because I don't know. I get my head starts going dizzy. Something I start my ears start to hurt. I don't know what it is, but I try to stay in the mainland.
The mainland?
Well, for me, it's the mainland.
I see what you mean. All right. Well, if you don't mind me asking, those over there are like, do you know those people? Are they like from here? Pointing to the.
That's Edino's bunch. I wouldn't say they're from here, but they've been here for a while. At least 3 weeks.
Okay. Interesting.
Yes.
I mean, they're not. I mean, you don't need to concern yourselves with them too much. They don't bother as much. They're not particularly nice, but they don't also don't cause a lot of trouble either. So, I mean, it is what it is. You know how men are sometimes.
I see. All right, sounds good. Yeah.
Eventually, the beers appear in front of you, and she says, "Well, you're free to stay here on the counter with me, or if you want to find a table, we have a lot of vacancies."
Let's find a table, guys. Right?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right.
All right. If you need something to as well, just let me know.
All right, sounds good. Okay, guys, should we like get a table like close to these other guys or something, and then like we can talk to them?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
So that's a good idea.
All right. To go and find a table next to them. It's right next to them, or at some distance but close.
I mean,
we can just go right next to them, like.
Yeah.
All right.
We don't care.
As you do that, you get to see them a bit more, and you notice that they're all kind of different ages. One of them is clearly older. One is more middle-aged, and the other one is very young, like 19, 20, for a warrior at least. And that younger one seems to have his foot on top of a stool, and like a what do you call it in English? Like when you break your leg and you have to put a thing around it, so a splint. Yeah. He has a splint around his leg. Seems like he has a broken. But the other two seem, even though they're older, but they And as you sit next to them, you kind of do that noise with the stools and whatnot, dragging them and sitting down. They give you a look like, these guys really need to come and sit right next to us. And they seem a bit bothered by it. They give you like a nasty look, but then resume their conversation.
But I kind of smile at them, and then when they look towards me, I then say something like, "How are you guys doing? How's it going tonight?" Something like that.
Yeah, the middle guy in this picture here just says, "Yeah, it's going all right." And they just go back to the drinks.
Okay. I guess we just sit down and drink for a bit, and then we gotta figure out a way to talk to those guys, I feel.
Yeah. The younger guy is eyeing Strelka, kind of sizing Strelka up, but at the same time he has a broken leg, so it's not like he's trying to cause trouble, but he's kind of just an interesting fella. The other two know best not to look or not to stare, but this guy's too young and too, maybe a little drunk. So he kind of stares a little bit, kind of trying to figure Strelka out.
Bug-eyed, just staring directly back at this guy.
Just eyes almost out of the sockets. Just
the strangest look on their face, like unreadable.
The guy's
slack-jawed.
The guy's like drinking a beer, and he kind of drips a little bit and kind of doesn't really know what to do, and the other ones just give him like a push on the arm, like, just behave, kid.
I feel like I kind of want to talk to those guys and have like this negotiator ability, which is called diplomat, and I kind of want to go ahead and like just say to them, like, by the way, it's kind of nice to meet you here. I think some business might lead us to you guys. We've traveled from far, and we suspect that we need to talk to you guys about this.
Okay, so when you say that, the younger guy and the middle, their eyes kind of lit up, like they've been waiting for this for a long time, and they're very happy. The other guy to the right, he's more reserved, and he gives you a cautious look. And the other guys are starting to speak, and he kind of hushes them down, and he's the one who talks. And he says, so you're backup?
Yeah, I think they could call us that.
I suppose so.
That's
okay.
Appropriate.
So did you bring the money?
That's not what we've been told. Well, I suppose what we're here for is we were supposed to do the job, I think. When
the guy in the middle says to the kid, "Fucking told you," and the other guy hushes him, and says, "Well, that's not really the deal. The deal was they send more men and more money, and then we do the job."
That's interesting.
That's not what we've been told.
So what have you been told?
Well, we were told you'd be waiting for us here with some information on the whereabouts of a target.
Yeah, we know where he is.
Oh, well, that's good.
Then we would go and collect him, let's say.
Did they tell you Anything else about him?
Well,
They
he's a limp, right? Middle-aged.
they gave us a name.
Okay. Did they also tell you that he's a mage?
They must
that
have
may have-
Something that they told us.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, he is a mage, and we've had an encounter with him, which didn't really end well for our friend Raven here. He points towards the broken leg of the younger guy, and he says, "Well, we've been waiting here. We gave the information back home and told them that for whatever price they were asking for this was too little, and that we needed more people and more money to finish the job. So now what you're saying is they are sending replacements and not an addition to our group. Is that correct?"
But I mean, they also told us that that you essentially, who we would meet here, would have the money for us. So that doesn't seem to be true. Probably.
No, you might have gotten a person that we are supposed to meet after doing the job.
Oh.
I see.
But I mean, if there's no money, and if you're doing the job, then why should we help? Why should we give you the information, or even the place where the guy is, or whoever you have to deliver the thing to? Doesn't seem fair, does it? He looks at the other guys in like a rhetorical question. And the other one, no, it doesn't seem fair. It doesn't seem fair at all.
Didn't you? But didn't you guys get a payment before?
We got paid for information, and we delivered the information. Now, if they so badly want this guy, we told them, sure, but not with what you're paying us. If you want the guy, we need more money, more men. Well, here's the more men. Where's the more money?
But I mean, if you've been paid for the information, then you can give that information to us, can't you?
Well, I can, but what do I get from it? I've already given the information to whoever employed you.
This is the part where we begin to threaten them with bodily violence. I'm not one to cause bodily violence. I am simply asking for clarification.
This might be the place and time. Indeed.
I don't know.
I stand up from the table.
Okay. They look up. The old woman by the counter kind of hides a little bit behind the counter. The guy with the broken leg is kind of holding his axe, but he's looking kind of helpless, like, oh shit, this is going to be bad for me. And the other two are a bit more serious. So they place the hand at the hilt where the weapon is, and they kind of look at each other, see how many you are, see how many they are. One's wounded. They know they're not at an advantage here, but the main guy still says, well, my question stands. I have everything you need, but what's in it for us?
I mean, we have a couple extra quartz and we're about to be paid, so could always just give him a couple.
I suppose.
But if we don't want to part with it, I mean, I do think we could probably take them.
Are we worried that information extracted unwillingly will perhaps be erroneous?
Will be what?
It will be wrong. They will lie to us.
Well, Mike, maybe we can even find this guy ourselves. I mean, the island isn't that big, right?
I mean, it's like 3 days across from the longest part.
I mean,
if it is coming to a matter of money,
3 days is probably an exaggeration. Maybe a day and a half across. But still, it's like you don't know what kind of information they have. Even with him being a mage, what kind of things he can do.
I could always part with some coin.
Okay, I will listen here, you guys. I will offer you now 1 core coin for your information. And this is all that I'm willing to spare for this information. We have come here and we were told we would just get the information at this point. We have had a long trip. I am not ready to pay all that I own just to get this information from you guys. You already know this stuff. You have it in your head. You just need to tell. So that's the most you're gonna get.
They kind of look at each other, and with the threat of violence looming from Strelka, he kind of looks at the others, kind of soothes them a little bit, and said, "A core is fair."
All right. Okay. Well then.
Well, have a seat, if you will.
Strelka sits down and lets out a sigh of relief. They were not ready to fight people. They're a monster hunter. They don't like fighting people.
And I'll hand over a quart.
Okay. He takes it. He leans forward, speaks quietly, and says, "So, we were looking for the location of this guy. And turns out that he is a sort of a teacher in a mage order that exists at the island, called the Order of the Blossom Compass. As we were traveling to the order, we spotted a young lady in her teens that was coming from the order, and she seemed to be carrying a very interesting item. It's I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but it's a soul lantern. It's where mages harbor souls. It's a very valuable item. And we thought that maybe as an extra, we could get this soul lantern from this kid. Because she's like, I don't know, 14, 15-year-old. How hard would it be? So kind of waited around a little bit. Maybe she could tell us something about this guy as well, since she was probably coming from the order. So she went into this farm, and at night she came out, and she was doing some sort of magic with the plants. I don't know what she was doing. So we jumped there to get the lantern from her. But when this happened, this guy came out of the nowhere, and he was the target. He had followed her somehow. We don't know. He came out of the woods nowhere. All of a sudden, these roots start coming out of the ground, start grabbing us, throwing us around. They grabbed Raven by the leg, broke his leg. This guy has some sort of control over wood and plants and whatnot. He's very, very powerful. Nothing we threw at hit. He completely overrun us. And then we were gone. And so I don't know how you want to take this guy out, how you want to lure him out of. You probably won't be able to get him there, full of mages, and if they're any good like he is, it's suicide. So I don't know. I can tell you where that farm is that she was at, and I can tell you where you're supposed to deliver this guy. But that's all we've got.
Well, that's not bad at all.
If we are able to find a place where we might perhaps be able to sneak the mushrooms into the food, then it should be much easier than a straight-on battle.
Indeed, that's a good idea. So, I assume we should make a way to... Maybe even... Is there a way that we could find the food delivery to the Order of the Blossom Compass, if there's anything coming from the Costland Ferry?
You're asking the guy?
Yeah.
He says, well, I suppose the mages probably grow their own food. They have all this plant-based magic. But I don't know. I've never seen that kind of thing, but I've never...
But maybe do tell us where we need to deliver and where the farm is, to give us a picture.
So he points the farm out in the map. It's not too far from here. It's maybe an hour away. It's an hour between here and the Order. Okay. And then where you need to deliver, it says it's a fisherman's shack by the Costland Ferry. And there's a man there called Oswald. He's the fisherman that you need to deliver to.
Okay. All right.
And he gives you a general description of the fisherman shack is.
Okay.
It's the second one coming, whatever.
We could even, theoretically, search up this Oswald guy first. Check if he actually has the money before we go and try and get this guy.
Yeah, that's probably smart.
Yeah.
And then also these mushrooms are a good idea, I think.
Yes.
We can use them somehow.
He says, well, I don't know what the relationship is. If he goes to the farm regularly, the girl seems to go to the... And they have some sort of relationship. I don't know if she's his daughter or his apprentice or something like that. I don't know.
Okay. Is this everything we need to know? I suppose it is.
It seems so.
Okay. Okay, guys, what do we do? I think showing up at this farm, like directly showing up in front of them, this mage sounds pretty strong. I think we need some sort of tactic that allows us to...
We could
I don't know.
Have potentially one person go ahead while the others lie maybe on top of a building or something, waiting to strike if something does go bad. We could just get information.
It is perhaps not a noble suggestion, but we could. It would be more easy to force feed the mushroom to the girl and perhaps take her hostage.
Yeah.
It would be it would be a callous act that would perhaps draw ire onto us, but it is perhaps a way to get him on the back foot.
That is a great, viable suggestion.
We can probably we can probably find her on the way to the farm, I suppose, from the Order
Maybe.
of the Blossom Compass.
Yeah, if they go there often.
Okay. I would kind of be. Maybe we can do this. Maybe it's the best option that we've got.
Well, if it helps, I don't think I remember the girl. I don't think you need to worry about her in that sense. She must be a novice or something.
I see. Very good. Very good. Should we stop by the fisherman's hut before we go, or?
It feels that we should not waste time, perhaps.
I see. I see. All right then. Then I guess the plan is to go to that hut, or like in between the Order of the Blossom Compass and the hut, and wait for her.
Yes.
So you want to go by the farm, but not stop it.
I think so, because if we stop at the farm, you know, the farmers are going to know. We don't necessarily want them to know.
Well, as you had said before, you can first to just talk to them and see what's going on.
I guess we could. What do you guys
let's
think?
do that.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let us do this, yes.
Should we all go to do this negotiation, or just one person speak with the farmers?
Perhaps less suspicious if we just send our negotiator.
Less armed, less threatening.
Too many cooks in the kitchen. It tastes like shit.
Okay,
right.
you can do
you
that.
Want to go
I'll bring
now that is dinner time, or do you want to slip it in and go tomorrow?
I mean, if I can reach it
too
at
late.
that time.
It's not too late. You'd still get there by around dinner.
Okay, that sounds good. I have a wine in my backpack, so I will bring them something. It's premium wine, so.
The premium wine they've never seen before. So, right. So we can speed this up a little bit. You guys pay your tab. You say goodbye to the guys. They grudgingly look at the core you gave them, and whimper a little bit, and you are off to the farm. It's not too far. In about an hour you get there. It's just off the road that leads into Gadburg, which is the main town of the island. And right, Gadburg has kind of a symbiotic relationship with the Order. It's sort of, they're all within a big wall that's all ruined and destroyed, but they all still sit inside that wall. One side is the Order of the Mages in the town, but even before you get there, you kind of see that wall in the distance. But there is a farm. You notice that the farm has just two buildings. It's like a main house barn, and then a well and some place to just put the grains in and whatnot. And you do notice that the crops are very well developed. If there is some sort of hunger or something in the island, as you had suspected before, probably not here, because this seems like a very bountiful farm. Although it's a small house and a small barn, but the crop seems very healthy, at least. And there is some light coming from the main house, and the barn seems all dark.
All right. Well, I guess I walk up to the barn and knock on the door, see if someone's there.
You knock on the door of the barn, which is all dark inside. You hear some rustling noises. That's probably a donkey or something inside. It's doing some noise, something like that. But you don't hear no one on the barn.
Okay. Well, I guess I knock again to make sure no one's there. I also checked the windows if it's lit up, if you can see candlelight from inside.
No, not from the barn. The barn, you see the windows and everything.
Ah. Wait, am I at the wrong place?
The main house is the one that has light.
I see. Then I walk up to the main house. And and knock on the door there.
You knock on the door. You hear some sort of there was some talk and kind of laughter inside. It all goes silent. You hear some kind of rustling, and then you hear some heavy steps, and a man opens the door for you, and he's kind of holding kind of a pitchfork or something, some farming instrument, even though it's night and he's inside the house. But he looks at you kind of suspiciously and says, "Good night. Can I help you?"
Good evening. I'm just stopping by and was wondering if I can step in for like a short meal of some sorts. I would like to ask some questions about the area since I'm new, and just stopping by.
He kind of looks you up and down, sees that you have some fancy clothes and whatnot, and he says, "For a meal, eh? You don't seem to beg. But I mean, who are you even? Sorry to ask. Just you caught me by asking."
I understand. No, it's also less the meal and more the talk, I suppose, that I'm looking for. I'm interested in the area and asking, for example, I've heard in the area there should be the Blossom Compass. This is something I'm very interested in. Also, I've heard about mages and stuff. I just would like to inquire a little bit about that. I also brought some wine. Check it out.
The wine's very suspiciously, and you as well. You have, but
you're cutting out.
I think. I mean,
can you try and do the reconnect thing?
I'll do the reconnect thing. Yeah.
There we go.
1 2 1 2.
Yes.
Okay. So he says, "Well, it's actually such a nice weather out. Why don't we talk right here?"
Well, all right. That works as well. Well,
like a little convinced by your sudden questions about mages. Like he's a little suspicious as he kind of eyes you like, what does this guy want with the mages?
Well, I've only heard stories that there are supposed to be mages around here who can influence plans in some sort of way, and that's just stories from the pub that I've heard. Do you think this is true?
Well, sure, I do think it's true. Are you a farmer yourself? Are you in need of plant magic?
Not as such necessarily. I'm just interested in what I essentially don't know. I've came from far away, and it's hard to imagine these things, you know. But do tell me, is there supposed to be some sort of order where they do this magic close to here?
Yes, I mean, that's common knowledge. There's the Order of the Blossom Compass. It's up north. You can knock on the door. I'm sure they'll answer most of your questions. But just came from the pub, you say?
Yes.
So it's like this is some sort of bet that you have, or why are you knocking in people's houses at night asking about mages?
Okay, guys, I need some help from you guys from the out. My negotiating is not going very well. I honestly, I don't really know what I'm trying to get at. That's the problem.
He neither.
So,
He's like,
yeah,
what's this guy want?
yeah. I mean, I would. We could
Keep in
theoretically
mind,
also.
if that helps, that like 3 strange guys try to assault a girl on his farm. That's probably a friend of his or a real relative or something. So he's a little suspicious of strangers too. So
Yeah. For sure. Like, the thing is, I would suggest, like, I had suggested we just kind of wait in between, like, right, for this girl to arrive. But I mean, would you like me to ask this guy something specific?
I mean,
yeah, you could have talked beforehand what the story was. So if you want to
Yeah.
give tips, that's fine.
I can also just say I stopped by and wanted to have a chat about this, and I'll keep moving forward to the fortress essentially. But then,
Yeah.
if
Afterward.
I don't need to. I guess we don't need to make this guy more suspicious than he already is. Something. Because
Probably.
what would is there something to inquire for us? I don't know at the moment.
I don't. Not right now. I don't think so.
Okay. Well, I think my suggestion is that I just speak to the guy and I'll tell him that I'm passing through, I suppose. So yeah, I guess I'll just do that. So I'm now not negotiating anymore with like I'm not on my like telephone anymore. I'm talking to this guy like for real. Okay, well, I was just coming from the pub because I was actually making my way to that order, and just, I stopped in and wanted to see if you know anything more before I essentially arrived there.
Well, if you're scared of the mages or something like that, you don't need to be scared. They're good people.
Okay, that indeed sounds good. Well,
I mean, they're radiant mages, so they can only be good. Do you understand?
I see. Yes. Okay, well, thank you very much for the heads up, and I think I'll be on my way now.
That's fine. So I'll go back to my dinner, and you go back to your pub's investigations.
Thank you very much. Okay, all right. Have a good dinner. I see you
All
later.
right.
Yeah.
Bye.
Good evening.
Okay, guys.
He goes back inside.
Okay, guys. Well, what's your game plan? I guess I go away from the
Yeah, of
hut
course.
and go back to the other guys. I guess it's a little bit random if this girl actually shows up, I suppose. Is there any other way that we can think of doing this? I mean, going in like full on like this may not be a good idea.
I am thinking that the spontaneous may be the best. I think that the things to do are to essentially. I do think it is a good plan. Even if we don't know anything, we control the situation if we tell. If once we kidnap this girl, that we can essentially have a note wherever she was kidnapped from that tells this person, come alone or we'll kill her. Come to this place in this amount of time. And you're going to do what we tell you to do, or we're going to kill her. I mean, it seems a solid plan. There's a slight chance, that... Look, I don't know how we don't know how reckless this mage is. Yes, So we do not know if you'd risk the girl's life. Me personally, I would not. But then we're already dead, and I'm free either way, so I don't care.
All right. Well, so your suggestion is we just wait for her to essentially cross our path when we waited for her to go to the
Yes.
farm.
Yes.
I see. I can see that. I'm in for it. I think we should pose up somewhere along the way between the farm and the mage order.
Yes, I agree. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do that. I guess then my suggestion is we move a bit, like maybe 15 minutes away from the barn on the trail, so that we're not too close.
We just, yeah.
All right. So if you do that and you move away from the farm, so what kind of setup do you have? You kind of camp outside of the road to a side, and someone's watching the road at all times, or how do you want to do it?
Is it like the tree? Is there any trees by the road?
It's not a lot of trees, but there is. You can find during the way there some hills. So there are some hills that you can kind of lay down behind and be just kind of just watching from the top of the hill.
I mean,
There's no trees. There's some like individual trees, but it's mostly tall grass.
Yeah.
okay. I mean, we could just take turns watching the road, just hiding through the hills and the grass.
Agreed. I guess it's smart if we watch both sides, so
Like
that if anyone comes from the farm or something, we don't get spotted and we just lose the cover.
One on each side of the road. Yeah, that's probably smart.
All right. So let's do that. You guys go. You take turns resting and watching. So during the night, nothing eventful happens. A drunkard or two go by the road, going back from the pub to their houses, and that's all you see basically. Nothing of renown. When the morning starts, you do start seeing more movement on the road. There are some people going up and down with wagons, with fruits or vegetables. You do see this is kind of one of the main roads here. Sometimes it goes like 5 or 10 minutes go by and no one comes by, but during the day it's fairly busy. Yeah. It's not like if someone's coming alone, you don't have a few minutes to do something before someone else comes by, but it's a matter of luck as well. So by the time like late morning, like lunchtime comes around, I'm gonna have you all roll one dice just to determine who is watching at that point.
Okay.
Okay.
So you just each roll d6?
Each roll one dice. The two highest will be watching.
I'm on one.
I got a one.
5 and a 2. Well, amazing.
5 and a 2. So one's watching more than the other. For sure. So Kaidrosh and...
He's almost sleeping, but watching.
Yeah, almost sleeping.
Again, my eyes are just bugging out of my head. Just like you don't even think I'm blinking.
You're just
I might not be
staring the road.
All right.
Well,
you both
it fits perfectly then.
are watching the road, and you do see seems to be a young girl just walking from the order. Like the guy said, she's 16 at most, but she has kind of a hood on, and she doesn't look like she's carrying really anything. Maybe a small bag under her hood, and she's just walking kind of cautiously, like she's seen trouble before. But she's attentive and she's alert, but she's walking at a steady pace towards the farm.
So I guess
You're just like
get
who's
her?
the best?
Just like jump out of the bushes and.
Who's gonna jump? Oh, wait, you're awake, so you need to do
Yeah,
it.
you're awake, so I guess you.
I'm barely awake.
Yes, I'm strong. I'm strong enough. I've got abilities. So
You could
I got
wrestle a
long limbs.
I have 10 meters of rope if that's helpful.
Oh, I
I
also
will gladly
I,
take that.
I also 10 meters. I have a grappling hook on my rope.
I don't think that's
That's
good
just
for.
right.
I think that's for climbing more than.
Yeah, then-
You're not gonna lasso her with a grappling hook.
I could put like the wine on the road, and then she walks towards it and wants to get.
Oh well, wait.
Like a teenager would.
Can we put the mushrooms in the wine, so when they drink it, they get the paralyzed?
Do we think though that I think that might be a risk on like exactly who this
Yeah.
It's
Too
what
young
kind
a
of person she is. I think just like grabbing her is unfortunately like the most sure way forward. So
More
I guess
Yeah,
I'm just
we-
I'm gonna grab the rope and I'm gonna launch from the hill and just start running towards her.
fucking maniac.
Just like the fucking worst creature you've ever seen.
If one person is running from the hills, Strelka is the last person you'd want to see.
I mean,
Alright.
6.5 feet tall, thin as a rail.
All right. The things, stuff of nightmares is now coming from the hill. Let's do me a roll, an action roll, whatever you think is appropriate for this. It's an important one.
Do you think Hunt might be a
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
applicable here?
But also, can we again do this like stress thing?
Oh,
Yeah.
I have no stress, so I can do it.
Well,
Okay,
only
great.
Hydros and Strelka are there. The others are off 20 meters to the side, distracted. They don't even know she's coming.
Okay.
Okay.
But maybe okay, then you guys need to do it. I suppose.
Yeah, you should. An important one.
Well, you can shout to say she's coming, but then she'll be alert as well. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
have time. I'm gonna spend 2 stress to get an additional die on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Here we go. Damn.
Oh no.
Nothing I can do about that.
You start running in her direction, and she's very alert. She's been mugged before, or trying to mug her before. So as soon as she sees the 6.5 foot tall giant running towards her, she bolts. She's running like she's in like you've never seen a young girl running before.
Jesus.
She's like making their way toward the farm right now. Like, what do you want to do about it? You're not gonna, catch up to her, probably, unless something happens.
Do you like throw something? I don't know.
Well, you might catch up to her, but it might be like 1 kilometer later, and there might be people along
On the
Can I take my adrenaline tonic
oh
for an extra boost?
the shit. Yeah, even more scary.
And I'd
yeah,
also like to do a short whistle to alert everyone else now that we're sort of blown anyway.
Okay.
True.
Okay.
yeah.
Let's consider you all alert, and she's on the run. She's kind of past your position, and now she's ahead of you, between you and she's between you and the farm. Let's say.
Okay.
Hmm.
Has your speed increased through the potion that you've drunk?
Yes. Let's say yes.
Okay. Can I wait? Maybe I can throw like a mushroom, and if I hit her,
Either.
she will like be hit by the mushroom.
Maybe you could tip an arrow. Maybe someone who like a
Oh,
linear
yeah.
archer could tip an
I
arrow
can-
with it.
No, but like if you hit her with an arrow, she's like,
Ooh,
you're
yeah.
gonna kill
You're
her.
the-
no?
Well, can try and hit her in the leg or something.
Yeah, like
Arrow to the kneecap.
Open the door.
Yeah, surely, like if you roll like a 2 or 3, then it's gonna be fast.
Sure, but if we work on the worst possible scenarios here.
Yeah.
Don't give me ideas.
So wait, is that the plan, or are we just gonna let and then try and catch up?
We don't have a lot of time to think about it.
We don't have a lot of time. Okay, so I guess we should do the arrow thing as well. Try that or something.
Yeah. I'll take an arrow and like stick a mushroom on it or something. Try and shoot it, like at their knee.
Yeah.
Right.
And I can, since I'm awake, let me give you like a die. Like I'll do 2 stress and I'll give you another die. What do you use? What kind of?
But how do you think you would help in this situation? Like help them do it quicker?
Yes, I would have the mushroom, and he would pull out the thing and I would put it on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll use a scan to try and not hit them in like a vital part.
Of course.
So that is 3d6, right? Because you added a die.
Yeah, unless you want to add a die yourself.
It's a 6, and I re-roll 2.
Failures. Yeah,
do
re-roll. Yeah, do re-roll the failures.
All right.
Okay,
so this is
6 is still the highest.
Yeah.
So you shoot the arrow. You got exactly what you wanted. You hit her in the calf, so just below the knee, and she kind of yells out like "ah!" and falls to the ground. Her bag just also falls to the ground and scatters a little bit. There's some food supplies that were there, and she kind of grabs her leg, grabs the arrow, and as she's doing that, she hears boom, 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 boom. As Stelka just catches up to her. What do you want to do?
I think the first thing that I do is, I mean, the most important thing is that, I'm just gonna try to, I think I've discarded my adrenaline potion. I reach back in my pocket with a gloved hand. I pull out the mushroom and I just go to like, with one hand, just like, I just sort of push her down to the ground and put the mushroom in her mouth. That's what we're doing.
Terrifying image. Okay,
they're also murmuring apologies under their breath, like sorry.
She's already kind of a little bit starting to get paralyzed from the arrow. It was coated in the thing. So as you're doing that, she tries to resist, but she's starting to get a little weak. And so you succeed at that. I'm just gonna have to make you roll because you're 4 times her size. However, I do want you to roll just to see if someone appears at this time. So maybe you roll another hunt.
Oh, could I spend 2 stress to like on the lookout to see if there's any people?
Yeah.
To give them extra die.
Yes.
What am I rolling?
Another hunt just to see. You have a 3d6.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Next
5.
success.
5.
Pretty good.
So you do notice someone is coming in the distance, but you have to be quick. So you just grab her, and you have to decide where to take her.
I think I'm the person who. I don't know who had the note, but if I have the note, then I will drop the note.
Yeah.
Oh, so for whoever comes by, picks up the note and hopefully gives it to the guy.
We'll know that there's a specific person who will have to come, and then I just pick her up, have her over my shoulder, and just start booking it.
Yeah,
I guess
I'd say that because you mix, you don't have time to pick up her bag or anything, so that's all just they are scattered in the ground.
Right. I guess, can I do a flashback? Like we already had a pre-prepared area out in like, not along the road, but out in the fields that's sort of safer?
Yeah, I'd say you don't even need to roll for that because you would, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, I just take off to our rendezvous point.
Okay, let's say it's some sort of stone cairn kind of structure, like has some big rocks, and you're kind of in between the rocks, and you find a kind of a hiding spot there. Kind of a rocky hill, let's say. She seems awake but paralyzed
Mhm.
and terrified.
Should we?
I
Should we,
guess the
like-
rest of us running there.
I guess
Yeah,
once we're
As you're turning your backs to the kidnapping scene and moving forward, you start hearing screams from the road, like someone has noticed it. Say, "Hey, what's going on?" Ah! So, sounds of panic and whatnot as you guys dart away.
I guess once we're there, we probably should like check her and make sure she's not injured that much, so she doesn't like die here.
Yeah, it doesn't look fatal in any sense, but it's still a nasty, arrow wound to the leg.
Sorry.
And she will heal. I guess tie her up seems important.
Yeah.
And then but for how long? We cannot it is not an exact science, herbalism.
I mean,
Well, you have enough mushrooms to keep her in this state for quite a while. You just don't know if it's very healthy to keep feeding someone the mushrooms
No,
over and over.
definitely
Like,
not.
eating one is gonna paralyze you, but if you keep going over and over, you can overdose of it.
We are.
Yeah.
I think to be safe, there is many things I would do, but I am not. I know I was the advocate for kidnap child, but I am not the advocate for kill child with mushroom.
yes, probably smart. I mean, if we have her tied, do we really need to keep feeding her the mushrooms?
No, we do not. Let us make our. Yes, I suppose this is probably our rendezvous point for the mage to come to us.
Yeah. Let's say that.
Perhaps this is the time to put the mushroom into the wine, and part of our thing is he must drink first before negotiation.
Yeah, I mean, probably smart.
Okay.
I guess.
Well,
Do we just?
And we get them. I don't. These are the things that are happening, I suppose.
Well, then I take out the wine and put the mushroom. I guess I cut off the mushroom like you really.
Yeah, you can kind of squeeze a mushroom into it.
Yeah. Very carefully.
Yeah. So yeah, with a glove, I suppose. But some time goes by. She seems paralyzed for quite a bit. Do you also kind of stop her from screaming? Is that some sort of lag?
Yeah.
Okay. In case she wakes up. Okay.
And I guess while we're there, I'll like pick up a spot where they can see me. If someone walked in, they probably couldn't see me. Like hide.
All right. So you wait around for maybe a couple hours. It's very stressful because you don't know who's coming. Is the mage coming? Is the whole mage order coming? Riding dragons? You don't know these guys. So some time goes by, and eventually whoever's watching, let's say it might be Jacob and Kydros, are watching from the top of the rocky hill. You do see some lone figure kind of limping in your direction. He has kind of a wooden, it's not a staff, it's more of a walking stick. So it's not those big wizard staffs or anything like that. It's more waist high. And he's using it to move around the tall grassy hill. And he seems to be approaching you guys as well. Has these yellow and green vests on him.
I guess should signal down to
Let's pass on
the
to
two.
this kind of.
When I get the signal, I'm gonna take out one of my hand axes and just sort of like hold it to her neck. And again, I'm just sort of like, sorry.
do you have her in plain sight to
Yeah.
the guy, or okay?
And then
Well, yeah. So
I
it's
feel
clear
like-
that I have that axe to her neck already. Like,
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like I should be there as well, but we should have someone who's like hiding behind somewhere, and then
I mean-
who can like come out from behind or something.
I can like hide in somewhere with her, like ready to shoot him because I got like good ready.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
True. You do that, yeah.
Okay. So you do that. This guy approaches calmly, it seems, at least. He's not rushing or anything. He kind of sees you in the distance, sees the kind of predicament. He stops at the good, 20 meters from all you guys. He has a bit of a hood. It wasn't covering his whole face, it was kind of up to the middle of his head. He pulls the hood back. And he's this guy. He has some paint markings on his face, red and green. And he speaks. He says, "So it seems you've caught up with my apprentice, Leilani. Can you hear me?" She's still kind of paralyzed, and she doesn't really respond. And he says, "What have you done to her?"
we will be. She is going to be okay. But you must then do what we tell you to do if you want her to stay that way. And I look to the person who talks more, just be like, someone other than me, please.
He says, "Well, I might do that, but first I want to know why you're doing this. Have I offended you in some way in my past? I know I don't recognize any of your faces."
We have been sent. We are not from here, and we have no personal grudge against you.
He scratches his beard a little bit, and he says, "Oh, I see. And can I ask, if you allow me, what do you hope to gain from this? Or are you doing this out of the malice of your heart?"
I at least here for the freedom and the money.
I'm also here for the freedom.
Exactly have much for choice.
He says, "Freedom is a good goal. I too once sought freedom, and I think I might have found it here in this place. But now, you who seek freedom seek to take mine away. Is your freedom worth the freedom of another?" I ask.
Sometimes there's stuff that you gotta pay, and you just have to pay it. You just have to go out there and do the things that have to be done. It's just how it is. It's just how life is.
A man should pay his debts, yes. But what about the debt he incurs within? Do you not feel that these actions you're taking are taking a bigger toll on you? That you are relinquishing your freedom? Because How are you free if you're doing the will of another? You said it yourself. You have no grudge against me. I hope you don't have a grudge against my apprentice either. So, are you truly free? Or are you just doing another's will? And if this is a path to freedom, is it really going to stop?
Drunko's trying to hold back tears. They're so ashamed.
Doing others' will my own life, my whole life, and all it's got me is prison.
He says, he kind of looks around and he says he wouldn't be having this conversation if he thought he were like common brigands, but he sees some sort of understanding in if not all, most of you. So he pushes it a little bit further and he says, well, someone might have told you before, I was once a leader of free men, and I've met many men like you, men who sought freedom but didn't know what to do with it. They didn't know who they might turn to that would actually extend a hand instead of a dagger. And if you come from my old friends in the Empire, daggers are their trade, not helping hands. I'm not saying this to just convince you and say that you're not going to get whatever prize you were promised. I can't be sure of that, but can you?
Well, there's going to be a higher chance of us getting the payment that we deserve if we actually fulfill the mission. Am I right?
That might be, but are they here? Has the outstretched hand of the Empire reached so far that do you see the armies of the Empire around us? Or is this a prison of your own mind, a prison of your own making? You, my friends, are as free as I am. Who can take that from you?
Drunko's fully crying.
Well, I'm not convinced yet. There's a good amount of money waiting for us. Why should we give that up? I don't know you, and I don't really care either. What I care about is the mission and filling out the mission and getting it done. You know.
Well, it seems some self-inflicted prisons have thicker walls than others.
Do you have anything to offer then? And we will be able to get an accord.
Well, if money is what you're after, I'm not rich in that sense, but I know many things about freedom. If you're willing to learn, I am willing to teach. That is my trade. I am a teacher, but I am also a shepherd of free men, if you will.
I see. Well, what do you guys think? Is it time to change our mission's goals or what? Are you convinced by this guy?
What good has the Empire done for us. Really. It's just kept. These mean striker. It's just kept us locked up.
I only did what I thought was right until they put me in jail for stealing the hunt of another. I did not want to do this.
I think they're right. There's no true freedom under the Empire.
Well,
I'm gonna
let's put
lower
it
the
like
axe
this.
from the neck.
You lower the axe.
I don't have the
and-
will.
Okay. He'll grant you something as well. Lower the axe. He says, "Well, let's put it like this. I don't want you to think that I am tricking you in any way. So I will sit with you at the order wherever you feel comfortable, and we'll talk about this prison of yours and a means to get out. I have many friends, and I have many ways that you can, many means to that end, to free them. If you're still not convinced, you will take me, but let the girl go."
Sounds like a plan.
I think we should follow this man, yes.
I'm done serving the Empire.
He gently walks forward towards Leilani to understand if you'll allow him to touch her, basically, and see how she is.
Yeah. I'm not gonna stop. I shimmy back half a step.
Right. He kind of reaches out within his hood and he takes out a lantern. It's a cast iron lantern that has some sort of a light inside of it. And he puts his hand on top of her forehead, and he mutters some sort of a word. The lantern kind of shines a little bit brighter, and she begins to kind of get color in her cheeks, and she starts to kind of snap out of the thing. So it seems like he's healing her somehow. And then he notices the arrow wound as well, and he gives you a hurt but understanding look. He turns to all of you and says, "Well, I appreciate your kindness. Do I have your an ounce of your trust at least?"
Stroke is gonna nod.
Yeah.
You have mine, trust, mister.
Very well. He says, "Well, the man who hired you here, he does not really believe that I'm still a threat to the Empire. It's more that I've gravely offended him and eluded his pursuits in the past, and so he holds a grudge against me. And so he would go to any means to capture me and end me, if that is the right word. Now, my time might be coming to an end if people have already started coming into this island looking for me. That might mean that the order is no longer safe, but I would like to teach all of you a little bit about that, and I'd like to welcome you into the order. And we will look into each of your personal predicaments and see how we can help you find your freedom, find your escape from this prison that others would impose upon you. I have found a way to not give you a key to unlock your cell, but teach you how to craft your own key. And that is a gift that I think that you should give yourselves.
Right.
Thank you.
Beginning to sound better and better.
Suppose, shall we head onto?
He starts untying Leilani. She starts waking up a little bit. She's still terrified. He says some calming words to her. Don't worry, child. Everything will be all right. She kind of helps her up, and he says, "Well, follow me then into the Order of the Blossom Compass. You'll be most welcome."
All right.
All right.
Great.
I suppose we achieved a different goal. Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've
Very
unlocked
nice.
the secret. You've unlocked the secret ending.
We became free.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I mean, we've already gone almost 30 minutes after the allotted time. But I think this is a nice, wholesome ending. You guys
Yeah.
are going to be invited into the Order of the Black Compass, and you'll be well fed. They'll protect you, and maybe you'll be recruited into the rebellion and be ushered into saving other peoples from the Empire's claws. So I have to say that we've run this adventure maybe 20-ish times, and it's the first time people actually, well, there's always doubts at this point, but usually some people want to, some people don't, and then there's a scuffle, or they run off with Leilani or whatever, or something bad happens, or they kill him by accident or whatever. So it's the first time people wholeheartedly accept the deal and go with him. So congratulations on unlocking the secret ending.
All
Yay!
right.
We did it.
We did it.
Right. I hope you guys enjoyed the session. Sorry it didn't end with a big fight. If someone was looking up to that, but I know this guy with the axe to her neck, he wasn't just going to start blasting magic everywhere. So he knew he had to try at least, and then the chips would fall wherever they might, right?
All right.
So, did you guys have a good time?
Yeah. Oh, that was so much fun.
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. So this was a playtest for Trials of Akash. If anyone is watching, I hope everyone had a good time. And for the players, if you want to give me sort of review of the game, what do you think about it, either the mechanics or the adventure itself, just feel free to please send me a message with some comments and saying, oh, I like this part. I think we should change that part a little bit, because this adventure is still being, fleshed out, and there's still room for improvement, both with the rules and the adventure itself. So any comments, anything that you have, you don't have to do it now. Just send me a message on Discord, and I'll be most happy to hear about it.
Okay.
So thanks for being here with us today, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for